Testing 1 2. Awesome. Suppose we can put a banner up. Don't really feel like talking to anybody except for in the comment section. So if they have questions, so we'll just put that one up. I'm being targeted. How do you do? Standard as usual. Q&A, just big chillin', doing nothing of particular value at the moment, unless someone asks a question. Might watch some videos later just to do that, but eh. Bruv. Buenos noches, buen hombre, which means good night, good brother, I think. I don't really know. Um, yeah, good whatever. Good evening, good morning. Yeah, yeah, it's night here as well. We're just big vibing, an ethicist slash negative utilitarian or painist, like painism, which is basically the idea that pain is bad and we should prioritize pain reduction. Um, kind of just my activism is focused around preventing people from breeding animals and bringing people into existence. So yeah, nothing too interesting going on at the moment. Just kind of big chilling. Big chilling.
All right, so this video is going to be about my thoughts on God, how I feel
Fuck that
about that
dude. You don't
subject.
exist, but if you do, fuck that
Um,
dude.
in terms of a God who created this world, if it does exist, I would have to classify myself as being a misotheist, which is someone who hates God. Misotheism itself means God hatred, or the hatred of God, or the gods, whatever you want to put it as. But essentially, that's the same thing. That's what it is. Um, growing up in Christianity, we were always taught that a good and loving God created this world, that a God who loved us and had our best interest in heart brought us into being. And of course, this God wanted us to worship him and love him and adore him. And it totally bypassed me growing up that all of these characteristics that this God had were maniacal, narcissistic, and extremely egotistical. I didn't realize any of that until later on, like towards my mid teens. I started to really question things about this God, this entity. And, being a person who is really sensitive to the suffering that's happening on this planet, there have been nights where, I would look at the tragic fate of mankind and of all sentient life on this planet and just, cry, just break down in tears because the pain that's happening on this planet is so tremendous every single day. Every single second, somebody is going through a really horrible thing. Someone is dealing with a terrible diagnosis. Someone's world is being shattered. Um, there's just so much pain and grief on this world. And sometimes just thinking about that overwhelms me emotionally to the point where I can't function. And I have to take time to just let it all out because it's gut wrenching that this is our fate and I can't do much about it. And I've had many times like that throughout my life where I would just cry at this horror that's happening around us on this planet. But then the thought kicked in, I'm just a mortal man. And if there is a God who has all power and is all benevolent and good and can do anything, why isn't he doing anything? Why isn't it trying to stop suffering? Why is there a God who watches and listens to the screams and torments of billions of sentient organisms every single day and doesn't do anything to help? And I'm supposed to believe that that God is good. I'm supposed to believe that I should worship that and pray to that? Absolutely not. If I were a God and had that kind of power, if I were all powerful, there would be no way in hell that I would let a world get this fucking bad. There's just no way. Uh, George Carlin, he did a a funny stand up about this one time, and he said, when talking about the world, he's like, this is some shit you would expect from a bad office temp. These results in this world, you don't they don't belong on the resume of a good and sovereign God. This is something you get from an office temp with a bad attitude, and it's so true, right? Because what kind of God would create a world like this where organisms have
It's
to feed
what?
off of each other, where there is so much more pain than there is good and joy, where everything thrives on death and decay, which is built into the system in every aspect. Everyone dies, everyone decays. And then you have the extra weight of dealing with emotional attachments. Life gives you these attachments to your family and to people, and every single day that life can do something that will rip that person away from you and leave you in grief and in terror. And I couldn't help but ask myself so many nights, why would a God do this to us? What kind of God would create something like this,
Cruel.
where it's
Okay.
just so much suffering and pain and needless suffering, where people have to writhe and just live in horror day in and day out to the very end? Why would you create something like that? And I can't believe that I spent so many years of my life actually believing that this God, if it exists, loves us or cared for us. It makes no sense. Nothing about it makes any sense. And that feeling really came to a boil when I found out about Gnosticism and how the Gnostics portrayed this world being created by an evil demigod called the Demiurge, and how this Demiurge built this deficient world of suffering and pain and as a malevolent entity. And honestly, if you look at it, that makes a lot more sense than the worldview that is given in Christianity about a good and loving God making this place with your best interest in heart. I'm sorry, but if a God created this world, it most damn sure didn't have our good interest at heart. It created this with mal intent, with horrendous intention. So there is no way that I could possibly look at a creator God and think of anything that needs to be worshiped or adored or prayed to or respected. If a creator God does exist and made this place, I fucking hate it. Him, it, whatever. I despise God or the gods and this whole shit show that was created. There is nothing in me that gives reverence to any deity. Nothing. Absolutely zero. Zero. I have no respect for anybody's God, especially if you believe that your God created this world and has all power and does nothing but sit on his fucking ass and watch the suffering happen in this world and doesn't give a shit. But meanwhile, you think we're supposed to worship that and pray to that? And you build all these temples and churches and all these places in honor of a derelict God who doesn't do a goddamn thing but watch you suffer every day. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. I can't be anything other than a God hater. I've gotten to that point. There is nothing in me that could even remotely signal a love for whatever God created this. It's just not there. It's just not. So that's that. And I guess I should probably title this video "Why I'm a Misotheist" because that pretty much that's pretty much my stand on it. Yeah, if you have to have a label for me, I would definitely consider myself a misotheist. Absolutely 100%.
Nobody has the answer. Yes, we might have figured out how certain aspects of reality work, from many fundamental laws of physics to the biological intricacies of viruses. But while that is highly commendable, it doesn't answer other pressing questions. Why are we here? What is the purpose of it all? Religions and philosophies offer
Nah, we're here because
All right, so
evolution,
this video
random
is going to
bullshit.
be about my thoughts on God, how I feel about that.
a gratuitous one, but necessary and perfectly compatible. Have been luckier. To them, this occurred even before. In Confessions and Anatomies, philosopher Emile Cioran wrote the following quote, Kant waited until the last days of his old age to perceive the
Huh.
dark side of existence and to indicate the failure of any rational theodicy. Others have been luckier. To them, this occurred even before they began to philosophize. Unquote. Theodicies are attempts by several thinkers to adapt the existence of an all-powerful and all-loving God to the presence of evil in the world. The term theodicy, theos, God, and dike, justice, judgment, was coined by Leibniz in the 18th century, but the attempt to solve the problem of evil has existed since antiquity. They are usually formulated within the monotheistic context, and there are several different theodicies: Jewish, Christian, Muslim, etc. One of the most important and worked on theodicies in the history of theology is that of St. Augustine, who lived between the 4th and 5th centuries. In this version of the argument, evil itself is non existent, it is only the negation or absence of good. Augustine's argument was later embraced and adapted by St. Thomas Aquinas, Calvin, and others. The argument goes like this: the divine essence being equivalent to good, God and all creation would be good, while evil would be the result of man's free will and would have entered the world after the sin of Adam, which doesn't explain the treacherous serpent in the Garden of Eden, but that's besides the point here. This argument faces a series of problems when we question the divine ordering of all existence. If we consider that God has given us complete freedom to act, let's ignore the problem that omniscience would cause if we were totally free. Then the classic Augustinian explanation of evil being the absence of good puts the blame solely on humanity. We inherit the guilt of Adam. We are just as guilty as he was, and our destiny is to live with the evil that we create. We can, of course, point out that we were not the ones who sinned in Eden, and that it is unfair to punish us for something we did not commit, just as Pelagius, an ascetic who was a contemporary of Augustine and rivaled his ideas, preached. It is customary to attribute to Pelagius the beginning of what would become Pelagianism, a heresy according to the Catholic Orthodoxy. For the sake of simplicity, I will treat this information as correct, although some academics dispute it. Pelagianism denies that original sin has tainted all of Adam's offspring, something that makes us prone to do evil despite of our free will. For Pelagius, we have complete free will, and we are not inclined neither towards good nor towards evil. To a greater or lesser extent, though, all major Christian denominations teach the Augustinian doctrine to this day. That is, they teach that while we do have free will, we are prone to do evil by our very nature, inherited from Adam. However, if we are not inclined towards evil and neither towards good, as stated by Pelagius, we would not need divine grace to be saved, something that, according to Pelagius, would increase human responsibility and guilt. One of his arguments against the Augustinian theodicy was that original sin and the inclination towards evil would take away the individual human's responsibility to choose between good and evil, right and wrong, and that the Augustinian view led people to be careless in their Christian practice. According to Pelagianism, if people believe they are inclined to do evil, then that takes some responsibility off of their shoulders, since they can't help falling into temptation. Augustine disagreed with this thesis because, according to him, if man were totally free to choose between good and evil without the help of God, it would mean that humanity could be good only by its actions, which would mean that humanity ultimately doesn't need God. For Augustine, this would diminish or nullify Christ's sacrifice in order to justify the human race. In the end, the view of original sin as a mark of all mankind won the argument within the church. The idea that came to reign in Christianity is that we are free, yes, but inclined to evil, so we need divine help. What is not clear in Pelagianism is where the evils that exist in the world, those that are not direct fruits of human action, come from. For the early Catholic orthodoxy in formation, the evils of the world existed because of original sin, which contaminated everything with its unkindness. We were condemned to work in order to eat, and we were condemned to mortal lives full of suffering and pain, and that also affected the natural world around us. But what about Pelagianism? In Pelagianism, death and the suffering of the body were not part of the human penalty for Adam's original sin. They're merely natural attributes of creation, so they shouldn't be considered evils in the same way as human wrongdoing can be considered evil. Although for Pelagianism, death was the release from the burden of life, which in a way betrays the belief that life is suffering. But Pelagianism doesn't necessarily equate natural suffering with evil. Before the theodicies proposed by Augustine and Pelagius, there was that of Saint Irenaeus, who lived in the 2nd century. Irenaeus argued that evil and suffering were necessary to form the human soul. Men are not born perfect, but achieve perfection through life and all the suffering it carries. This, therefore, would be the best of all possible worlds, since it would enable us to achieve perfection through the challenges that life imposes on us. This theodicy tries to justify the presence of the evil that results not only from direct human action, as Pelagius says, but also the evil that exists in the natural world, e.g., diseases, natural tragedies, and so on. It is so because God wanted it this way, and Irenaeus believed that we can overcome suffering and perfect our souls. Therefore, for Irenaeus, man can cause harm, but the natural world around him also causes harm. In a way, Augustine preaches the same, except that, in the case of Augustine, the evils of the natural world come exclusively from the original sin and the subsequent fall of man. That is, they were not created by God for the purpose of perfecting us after the fall, like Irenaeus believed. In the 18th century, David Hume wrote the following in his work, Dialogues on Natural Religion, quote, "And is it possible, Cleanthes, said Philo, that after all these reflections, and infinitely more which might be suggested, you can still persevere in your anthropomorphism and assert the moral attributes of the deity, his justice, his benevolence, mercy, and rectitude, to be the same nature with these virtues in human creatures? His power, we allow, is infinite. Whatever he wills is executed. But neither man nor any other animal is happy. Therefore, he does not will their happiness. His wisdom is infinite. He is never mistaken in choosing the means to any end. But the course of nature tends not to human or animal felicity. Therefore, it is not established for that purpose. Through the whole compass of human knowledge, there are no inferences more certain and infallible than these. In what respect, then, do his benevolence and mercy resemble the benevolence and mercy of men?" Unquote. One aspect to note here is the idea that the course of the natural world does not tend towards human or animal happiness. Although Plotinus, the great Neoplatonist who lived in the 2nd century, was not part of the monotheistic religions of his time, such as Judaism and Christianity, he also saw evil as a deprivation, an absence, just like Augustine and most of Christendom. But all of these positions that treat pain and suffering as deprivations and negations are contrasted with the theology of groups such as the Marcionists, the Gnostics, and the Manichaeans. For them, there is a dualism between the world of matter, created by an ignorant or malevolent demiurge, and the world of spirit, superior to the material universe. For dualists, matter is evil by its very nature. It must be abandoned for the spirit through asceticism and other spiritual exercises. Man's action, directly or indirectly, as in the case of contaminating the world because of original sin, is not necessary for pain and suffering to occur. Pain and suffering occur in the natural world itself, among animals. Gnostics and Manichaeans do not find any problems in explaining this. According to them, our world was created by a deity who simply does not have the attributes of omnipotence and benevolence to begin with. This explanation for the presence of evil has the advantage of not trying to join the creator of our physical universe, who is ultimately responsible for our sufferings, be them man-made or natural, with the figure of a benevolent deity. The Greek pantheon also has this advantage, since their gods were full of vices and failures, just like us. Even so, it's worth remembering that the Greeks explained human suffering with the myth of the path of the divine fire by Prometheus, which unduly benefited humanity. Prometheus was punished by Zeus, and humanity began to suffer by having to work, fight, marry, and reproduce. Commenting on pantheism, 19th century philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer wrote the following on his work, Parerga and Paralipomena, quote, "It would obviously have to be an ill-advised God who knew no better way to have fun than to transform himself into a world such as ours, into such a hungry world, where he would have to endure misery, deprivation, and death without measure and purpose, in the form of countless millions of living but fearful and tortured beings, all of whom exist for a while only because one devours the other. For example, in the form of 6 million Negro slaves who receive on average 60 million lashes a day to their naked bodies, and in the form of 3 million European weavers who vegetate feebly in stifling attics or desolate factory halls, plagued by hunger and grief, and so on." Unquote. In several parts of his work, Schopenhauer claims that an omnipotent and benevolent God could never have created this world. According to him, all attempts to attribute omnipotence and benevolence to the deity responsible for the creation of a world so full of pain and suffering were doomed to fail. For Schopenhauer, it makes more sense to attribute the creation of the world to the devil or a similar figure, or to an accident. Responding to Leibniz and his hypothesis that this is indeed the best of all possible worlds, Schopenhauer wrote, quote, "Even if Leibniz's demonstration were correct that among all the possible worlds, this one is still the best, still this does not represent a theodicy. For the Creator did not create merely the world, but also possibility itself. Accordingly, he should have arranged the possibility in such a way as to allow for a better world. But generally, what screams too loudly against such a view of the world as the successful work of an omniscient, all-benevolent, and at the same time omnipotent being is the misery of which it is full on the one hand, and on the other hand, the obvious imperfection and even burlesque distortion of its most perfect of phenomena, the human." Unquote. In Schopenhauer's philosophy, suffering and pain are the positive forces, that is, forces that move the reality of the living. Pain, boredom, and lacking. These things are not negations of a fundamentally good reality, but fundamental forces of reality, much more present than pleasure, satiety, and all the things we consider to be positive or good. Evil is not ephemeral or illusory. He writes, quote, "Accordingly, I know of no greater absurdity than that of the most metaphysical systems which declare evil to be something negative, whereas it is precisely the positive that is making itself felt. On the other hand, the good, i.e., all happiness and satisfaction, is the negative, that is, the mere suspending of desire and ceasing of a pain." Unquote. In the 20th century, Cioran wrote the following in his work, Exercises of Admiration, quote, "The problem of evil actually troubles only a few sensitive souls, a few skeptics, repelled by the way in which the believer comes to terms with it or spirits it away. Hence, it is to these that the Odysseys are primarily addressed, attempts to humanize God, frantic acrobatics that collapse and compromise themselves on this ground, constantly ballied as they are by experience. Try as they will to be persuasive, they fail. They are declared suspect, incriminated, and asked for accountings in the name of one piece of evidence, evil, evidence that a de maestre will attempt to deny. Evil is everything, he instructs us. Yet, evil, he hastens to add, comes down to a purely negative force that has nothing in common with existence, comes down to a schism in being, to an accident. Others will assert, on the contrary, that quite as constitutive of being is good, and quite as real, evil is nature, an essential ingredient of existence, and anything but an accessory phenomenon, and that the problems evil raises become insoluble as soon as we refuse to introduce it to the composition of divine substance. Just as sickness is not an absence of health, but a reality as positive and as lasting as health, in the same way, evil is worth as much as good, even exceeds it in indestructibility and plenitude. Good and evil principles coexist and mingle in God, as they coexist and mingle in the world. The notion of God's culpability is not a gratuitous one, but necessary and perfectly compatible with the notion of his omnipotence. Only such an idea confers some intelligibility on the historical process, on all it contains that is monstrous, mad, and absurd. To attribute goodness and purity to the creator of becoming is to abandon all comprehension of the majority of events, especially the most important one, the creation. God could not avoid the influence of evil, mainspring of actions, an agent indispensable to whoever, exasperated by self-containment, aspires to emerge, to spread himself, and corrupt himself in time. If evil, the secret of our dynamism, were to withdraw from our lives, we should vegetate in that monotonous perfection of the good which, according to Genesis, vexed being itself. The combat between the two principles, good and evil, is waged on every level of existence, including eternity. We are plunged into the adventure of the creation, one of the most dreadful of exploits, without moral purposes, and perhaps without meaning. And, though the idea and the initiative for it are God's, we cannot reproach him for it. So great in our eyes is his prestige as the first guilt party. Unquote. In another one of his works, The New Gods, Suren writes, quote, since evil presides over all that is corruptible, in other words, over all that is alive, it is absurd to try to prove it comprises less being than good does, or even that it contains none at all. Those who identify evil with nothingness suppose they are thereby saving their poor, good Lord. We save him only if we have the courage to sever his cause from that of the demiurge. Having refused to do so, Christianity inveterately sought to impose the inevidence of a merciful creator, a hopeless enterprise which has exhausted Christianity and compromised the God it sought to preserve. Unquote. In other words, when we attribute omnipotence to the figure of the creator of the universe, all attempts to absolve him from the evils of the world are futile. If God exists, he is guilty, according to non-dogmatic perspectives that have no commitment to defend him. Throughout the history of the great monotheistic religions, there has been a tremendous effort to spare God from being guilty of the world's evils. True rhetorical juggling was employed in the efforts to exonerate God from being guilty of the evils suffered by creatures. However, from the perspective of negative or pessimistic philosophy, from the perspective of thinkers such as Schopenhauer and Suren, the creator, if he really existed, would be guilty. What is more, he would deserve our contempt and hatred if he really existed. Mesotheism, an aversion or hatred of God or gods, would not be a gratuitous act of rebellion, but a perfectly justifiable response.
Fuck that dude. Literally, contingency arguments just like, lol, if the universe exists, God must have caused it. And I'm just like, very nice, but that means he's also evil. Because it also means if all things are contingent on God, so is evil. So is creation evil. Testing 1 2.
To all you motherfucking tough guy and manly men out there who think your lack of crying in front of others makes you more manly. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Nope. Has zero to do with how the deeply intelligent and deeply thoughtful see you or process you. Your inability to cry in front of others, ever, under any circumstances, or to allow yourself to do so, is simply a sign that you are stagnant. You're emotionally fucking constipated. It has zero to do.
I mean, I kind of agree, kind of don't. I mean, you can also just be a psychopath, or just not, or just view yourself as needing not to cry because you need to be strong for others. I mean, there's reasons to not cry. I'm sure you wouldn't deny that if I were to talk about a nuance of the conversation. So that's no point. I still really care. I care about ethics. Hmm.
The hang up part really is this idea of being able to separate our intelligence from our feeling thing. And that is sort of important because you really can't do philosophy any other way because feelings really do corrupt evaluations, our emotions. So in a way, we sort of have to do the philosophy thing in a sense by trying to separate ourselves from any personal involvement. Let's say that you weren't a player in the life game. You didn't have a little piece running the board anymore. It wasn't in the game anymore. Nothing you really loved or cared about was playing. None of your kids or none of your family or none of your anything that you could be emotionally tied to was in the game. And it was just this game, this thing, this maze thing. You watch the little creatures run around and chase and use each other, abuse each other, cheat each other, really fuck each other over. Every few decades, drop daisy cutters and torture and do all kinds of nutty, crappy stuff to each other. And every now and then, a little AIDS virus and a little swine flu and a little this and a little that, cholera here and there, and some dysentery there, and cancer, the usual stuff, usual miseries, heart disease, car accidents, all kinds of shit going on. You realize that they're just chasing him. They're just full of desire, like a heroin addict has desire, he wants, he needs. So they're chasing and chasing. You also know the context. The whole thing gets initiated because a cell reproduces itself. Not on purpose, it just pops out of the petri dish or whatever. The chemistry just pops out of the test tube and just starts doing the reproducing thing. And it evolves into this whole maze game with these complex sentient organisms. You also know the context is the game for the organisms isn't about them being satisfied. That's not what nature wants from them. That's not what the DNA wants for them. It only has a role in the game because it's used to manipulate the little creatures. The desire thing, the satisfaction thing they're chasing, it gives them something to keep chasing after. They're really not supposed to be comfortable. They're not supposed to be satisfied. The chemistry wants them to kind of work really, really hard. It wants them always on guard. It wants them always ready. It wants them always planning ahead. So if they have any spare time, it wants to create some aggravation inside of them that says, I need to go eat, or I need to fuck, or I need to go collect acorns, or something to disrupt their complacency.
That sounds loud for you guys as for me. I don't know. I'm just gonna assume in the past, most of my videos I've played been pretty quiet for everybody else, so I'll probably look at that now.
Hello there. What's going on, YouTubers? And good morning, or I should say, good afternoon to my fellow Aussie viewers
He's from Australia.
slash um, subscribers slash my beloved patrons who are currently residing in in on the eastern coast of Australia, of the Australian continent. Yeah.
His music's a little
So I,
too
so I
loud.
figured I should make a video
Mouthing.
that in order to kind of boost my mood, my morale, my fighting spirit, as well as my productivity for today. Though I don't want to bore you with all that toxic um, toxic positivity vibes and productivity bull crap. I managed to discover that making a video early, not so early, but fairly early in the morning can somehow make you a bit of a more motivated, more on more more sense of on a mission that you can somehow do do more things, slash somehow um, get more shit done, by making a video that features, even mostly about venting
The
and
point of getting shit done,
ranting.
though.
Yeah.
I mean, plus the shit you're getting
And
done
I
has
suppose,
value.
I'm not the only dude, who does that. Though I only started so doing rather recently. So I just like to talk about my plans for today and the following days and weeks, and my bigger agenda for for the next year, God willing. So before, or before this filming session um took place, I in order to stabilize my mood and my my physical condition, characterized by frequent and irregular you know chest pain, on both sides, and and more often than not, some palpitations, that you know oftentimes makes it very hard for me, to go to bed on time, as a normal person. So you
Forget why I subscribed to that guy. Perhaps there was a reason. Perhaps not. Don't really care. Hmm. Whatever. TMV, TMV. Being a really confused pussy and just acting like he's a negative utilitarian saying Anton declined to bring kids is like whatever TMV stands for. Not responsible for reproduction of factory animals. Oh, the vegan mafia. Oh, that bitch. Okay. I don't know, man. He's down negative utilitarian. He doesn't value pain anyway. He's just a liar and trying to get attention. There's no point. I'm not gonna watch his video. Whatever he said, it's not worth my time. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. We all know the vegan mafia is a silly goober if we have any sensibility to ourselves. So, kind of not a point to. Well, you go respond to it. I assume that cat's you calling me a pussy for some reason. I literally do activism every day. I'm not a pussy. I get fucking threatened and shit. So if you want to respond, go respond. Unless the cat's just you saying meow, because sometimes you say meow. Really don't know what the cat stands for. Still haven't figured you guys out. Still too normal for humanity. What are we doing today on stream? Nothing. Nothing of value. Just kind of sitting here waiting for it's Q&A, so just kind of waiting for questions. No one's really showed up. I had like one person to go, Buenas noches, buen hombre, and I assume that means something like good night, good brother, or something like that. So some Hispanic person said hello on Discord, and I was like, hello, and then they proceeded not to respond to anything after that. So I was like, cool. So other than that, I've just been big chilling. Yeah, meow. Okay. Yeah, I'm just defensive. I just assume everything is like, if I see a cat, I'm just like, this dude just called me a pussy, you know? Or I mean, that's what I assume. So, but I'm just a defensive mofo. Oh, was a siren where you lived yesterday in Israel? Do be wild and though. We get sirens here on Wednesdays at noon to test a tornado drill, but it's not a air raid siren, so and it's just a test siren, so I mean, when it comes down to our sirens, a little less scary. It's kind of just like, oh yeah, look, that's Wednesday, my dudes. Yeah, it's Wednesday at noon. Yours is kind of like there is potential death incoming, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. Hmm. Uh, yeah, you never know. Honestly, it's getting wild, and bro, there's more deaths right now in Israel than in Palestine, but that won't be for long. Israel's gonna fucking go cray on Gaza Strip. It's pretty soon here. So yeah, man. Uh, if you can get the fuck out of Israel, 100% do so. But I mean, I don't really know where you'd go. I mean, you have more places to go than the Palestinians, I guess. They're kind of just in like a fucking open air prison. But like, hey, don't really think it's really easy to go places anywhere in the world. So fat rip, war ain't very fun. So the whole world's kind of batshit right now. Things are either it's like the right wing people are winning, like winning elections and shit, and there's wars left and right, revolutions and shit, and dictatorships. It's just a wild time to live. Have nowhere to go, big rip. Well, at least you're on the border that has like a lot of anti-air missile stuff, and like as allies with the United States, and has like a bunch of governmental stuff protecting it, or when it comes to the Palestinian people, they're just kind of like, lol, we're just gonna die, I guess. So unless like, I mean, there's like the army, I guess, of like whatever's fuckface that's been elected in 2005, whatever that guy, Hamas or whatever, that dude. That fucker and his army exists, I guess. But like, other than that, like most Palestinians, like over 50% of them don't really support the dude. So it's just kind of like, eh, yeah, just kind of sitting there in the country, like, lol, guess we'll die. Yeah, honestly, both sides are just kind of sitting here like they don't want to be involved, but then they're just kind of like, lol, I guess we'll die on both sides, you know. Or the civilians are just kind of like, this fucking sucks, and the elitists are just kind of like, haha, we want land and money. And, you know, the only difference between the Palestinians and the Israelites in general is, as I said in the past, like, Israelites believe they were superior to other people, you know, and stuff. So it's just kind of like, man, I don't like either side. I don't like I don't like the Palestinians because Islam's fucked, and I don't like Israel in general because Judaism is fucked. So it's just kind of like, I'm just kind of sitting here like, guys, you guys should just stop fighting, and they should like also stop believing in your gods, and like we should all just like get along and like try to like end world suffering. You know what I mean, guys? And they're like, no, man, we just want to like fight over our religion. So I'm like, okay, cool, go for it. So doopy. As a primordialist, I'm just kind of like, hey, if they want to fight it out, I'm sorry you're stuck in the crossfire, my dude, but yeah, imagine being in Gaza. Yeah, fuck that. Shit's getting litty titty in Gaza. Hmm. But I don't know, man. Shit could be wild, though. Time for another Do Not God.
.com video presentation. TheEphalist.com also, or ephilism.com. All those should work. Get you someplace where there's videos.
I haven't seen the
if
newest
that's helpful.
episode. I haven't seen. Now
More
I have
ways
seen
of
very many
saying the
of his
same
episodes.
thing.
But
And that's sort of the problem. Sort of the problem with today's video is that's been my, the back of the head thought is this constant battle with the fact that this is ineffective. I can do this every week, but it doesn't work.
Gary, I want to see you do some street activism. I mean, you might get shot, but so please don't actually. But like at the same time, it'd be awesome to see Gary do street activism. He'd be so angry. He'd be like good for like a bit, and then someone would flip him off, and he'd just like fucking aggro mode, and I'd be like, yes. Maybe some street activism it'll shake things up for you, Gary. I don't know. Maybe you just need to get out there in the corner, work the corner. But
the tricks to communicating with the masses aren't tricks I do very well. This homie don't do that. So that's something I have to fix. And how to fix it, beyond being extremely brilliant and creative, I'm short of that tool. So, and it's just kind of a simple circumstance. I mean, I guess there's lots of
I wonder if Gary will talk
ways
about
to analogize it. So I've
Palestine.
used the idea of it's a bus. I'd say one of the little yellow buses, frankly. There's that's what planet Earth is. It's mostly retards. Okay, you got to argue that most of the animals are retarded. They don't know what the hell is going on, and they're just knee jerking through existences that are futile and stupid. Most of their kittens will die. And there's lots of reason not to do what they do, and they don't even know it's being done to them. They don't even know that they're going to end up pregnant, and they're going to end up with a bunch of kittens to take care of, and they're going to have all kinds of stresses. And No, they just don't know what they're in for. They can't make an informed decision about playing the life game. It's beyond their capacity to vote, to make a decision. Even they can't make a decision relevant to the big picture. They can only make decisions, at the moment, and even those decisions aren't going to be very good because they just don't have enough information. They don't know what rain is. They don't know what any of this stuff is. They don't know why it happens. All they can do is create some habits that work and get them through enough of their existence to have left someone behind to continue the same stressful interaction with the biosphere in an effort to stay breathing and alive. The dismal slaves to this biological mechanism. Now, some people get what I just said. Some people are, where's God fit in?
Yeah, I'm looking at it as a trip in Palestine to donotgod.com, and came up a couple, 2 shows did. So I might look into them. They were talking about 2018. I don't know. I know conflict has been always going on between Palestine and Israel. So I mean, I'm wondering what he's going to say in 2018. If I look up Israel, I'm sure he has other stuff. I can look it up really quickly. Israel. Click. Yeah. Yeah, there's. Here's a video. I'll watch a little bit.
Phantasmagorical beauty of the disgusting and horrible tragedy. Some kind of stoicism, some kind of bullshit they'll place on top of that. They'll put their filters in front of their brain
into censorship
and decide that it ain't so bad, and pretend there's no jeopardy here. So it just really has to do with the idea that, okay, so human beings have the same dilemma, that most human beings are retarded by some delusion, and they're not going to function. They're not going to vote correctly. They're not going to do anything correctly. So they basically have to be kept in the zoo, or their access has to be limited. They have to be put on a leash because they're really dumb, and it's just a fact. And we don't do that, though. Our democracy says you have to be really, really, really stupid and dangerous to some sort of immediate consideration. Otherwise, we'll let you play and risk everybody else. That's just a fact, and cause all kinds of waste and harm. So you could argue, like, even criminals, it's not so much that the crimes they commit, it's the amount of money we have to spend to create a little bit of deterrence for that criminal behavior, to build cages and humanely treat them in their cages. And, it's all really, really expensive, more money than we spend on the semi-retarded, who know enough not to be crooks and thieves in some overt way. There's all kinds of the little imbecilities, where, we've spent more money on immigrants in the last year than we spent on the homeless in the last 10 years. It just, doesn't make any sense. It's not very logical. It's probably more than 10 times. Anyway, so it's just about making some sort of argument that that's the dilemma. And you're just trying to say, okay, so what can happen in this collection of people is that then sort of blends into the lifeboat argument that you need either a benevolent dictator, somebody smart with a gun, okay, you can just tell everybody what's going to happen to save the boat, or to prevent the worst case scenario anyway, to create to prevent the sinking of the boat in some horrible way. If you're going to sink, you want to do it gracefully. Gracefully live out whatever time you have. Or you need the people on the boat to be all smart enough to vote, and then smart enough to use their vote intelligently and vote for the right thing. And that's the other tricky part. So there's a bunch of intelligent people. There's not none, but are there enough to outnumber, all the morons? I don't think so. But the trick is the intelligent people should be smart enough to get the morons to vote their way. That's another useful tool for the intelligent, is, they're smart enough to fool
hack your guys'
dummies if they have to. And so anyway, that's sort of the condition of the circumstance, right? Is that you're arguing about something very simple. So I was going to, just as a cop-out, I was just going to say, okay, well, I played a video last time, I'll play a video this time. And so I was going to play the unintelligent design video. And maybe I still will, who knows, desperation and whatnot. But it was just the idea of thinking through there's only these tiny little concepts that we're really fighting about. So the whole destiny, of all these biological organisms on Earth, the destiny of consciousness and what kind of state it's going to exist in, this bus, is completely dependent on, arguments about these simple truths. I mean, what are the real facts? And do humans have either the intelligence or I guess the integrity? So that comes into this. I mean, what's the real problem? Is the problem that people aren't smart enough or that people aren't honest enough? I mean, you can't really have an honest conversation with people, because it's all politically correct bullshit. You have to make all these concessions and placations to the people all crying to be victims and claiming they're being persecuted, and so you can't, you can't call them what they are, it's just a mess. So in terms of being able to say anything honestly, even if you are honest, you can't be honest. Okay, so because it's too dangerous. I mean, if you speak your actual mind, you'll be labeled, some sort of predator, some sort of cheater, some sort of stealer, because you're not making concessions to the fact that, well, I am in fact taller than a midget or a dwarf. It's just a fact. Okay, it doesn't. I don't have anything against them. I'm just saying that yes, I am taller. It's just a
Short,
fact,
motherfucker.
and that becomes offensive. You can't even point out the simple truths. So anyway, so the honest dishonest thing becomes a little gray, because are people being dishonest because they're fighting for some corruption, they're defending some kind of nonsense, and that's why they're dishonest? Are they dishonest because being honest is dangerous? Yeah. But I would say that most cases people are dishonest for nasty reasons rather than good reasons. So that's the problem, is that the real bigots are a problem. Okay, the fake labeling of people as racist is fewer cases. But anyway, take a break and then see. So anyway, the idea is there's only there's like 5 ideas, 5 pieces of truth. And once you have those 5 pieces, your vote sort of is already, you can almost answer any question by just checking off those 5 things. And if you have those 5 things, you really don't have a choice but to flip the button one way or the other. I mean, I'm sort of arguing it's that simple, that all I have to do is convince you of 5 facts, and every decision you make will be the same as mine. With those 5 facts make it impossible to contrive excuses to do this stupid thing, because now you have the 5 smart facts, the 5 truths, and they really are so powerful and compelling that there's no, it's like the future being bigger than the present. It's a fact, and there's more at stake in the future than there is in the present, and you just can't deny that anything you can do now to fix the future, and it's going to cost you a tiny amount now, but if they do it later, it's going to cost a huge amount. You do it now. There's no other way to vote except for the future. Now, clearly, most of our politics is doing exactly the opposite. So, people have been voting for the present over the future, and it's not been a good idea.
Damn.
You could make an argument that they did
Kind of
make
like COVID,
some short-term investment,
warfare.
In terms of cleaning stuff up and trying to do something about the waste. But it was a minor amount. And on the big subjects, they've done
shuts everything down.
There was more people talking about overpopulation 30 years ago than there is now. That kind of crazy shit, where it really is a huge problem and it's just being pretended it's not, when it is. Just way too much waste, in the environment, way too many, way too much of the biosphere is being compromised, I should argue. All right, I'll take a break. All right, back. So there's a bunch of thoughts, and so going too many directions. So I'll just go with the last. So this image popped up of the lizard, which you can see is just being a worm, with a few extra tools. It's just a mouth at one end, anus at the other end. It consumes to make some eggs, to lay the eggs, to redo, and you just go over and over and over again. And so we're just tool equipped, flatworms, whatever. And that's what the planet's covered with, just a bug planet. And the question is, do the bugs having a good time, whatever that is, can they justify the cost of their good time, which is all the bad times had by the things that get on his sticky tongue and get eaten alive? Is the price worth paying? And that's a kind of a simple diagram to draw that, frankly, if you were living the reality and not in the the better seat on the bus, with the airbag and all the comforts, would you be more concerned about where the bus is headed? If you have some sort of brick wall proof chair, then I guess it's not a big deal. And so that sort of goes to the previous thought, which was more about the fact that, how do you kind of analogize what evolution did? And the fact that it created this tool called intelligence, this capacity to store information, learn about how the world works and all that crap. And that information gave us the ability to crawl, metaphorically, another analogy, out of the maze, and see it for what it is, see the whole game, and actually make, intelligent observations about how it works and whether it's efficient. So the very idea that we can do philosophy and think about what it means to be here and what we're doing here. And so every action can be better understood if you have that overview, that truer or more honest or more intelligent perspective. And so that becomes one of those 5 ideas, one of those debatable points. In the sense that it seems kind of obvious that the God delusion is just that, a delusion. The evolution is benign delusion is another silly delusion. That you can see it for what it is. You can see the fact that it's cost ineffective, that there's more harm than advantage or good, whatever that would be. And that's all because you're putting intelligence as just a tool. So again, evolution, evolved organisms, evolves tools, really. So you could just say that the organism is just the worm, and all you're saying is I'm going to equip some worms with guns and mechanisms to be better gladiators. And one of the mechanisms is intelligence. Intelligence makes something a better gladiator, something that can learn. Is going to make a better fight because it's not going to make mistakes and all that crap in its strategy to survive. And so the problem with intelligence, I was trying to come up with a metaphor. It's not like you put the abnormal brain, in the Frankenstein. It's like you have a good brain, you have a good capacity to do logic and think and reason, because the tool needs to work. It needs to get right answers, or it wouldn't be a very useful tool. And all of a sudden, the point is it gets wrong answers. Once it climbs out of the maze, sees it's all crazy and futile and sloppy and wasteful, and says, well, I don't want that to be the truth, because I'm in the game and I'm playing, and I don't want to play a stupid game, so I'm going to pretend it's not a stupid game, that kind of thing. So the problem is that the intelligence is corrupted by this worm. The worm has more control than the intelligence has in deciding whether the tool will become what the thing is. The intelligence will own it, or whether the worm will own it. Does the tool own the machine, or does the machine own the tool, the intelligence? And so that's you need some sort of more some better analogy, because that's the real struggle, is just between parts of your brain, your psychology, the part that's really old and primitive, versus the part that can do this manipulation of concepts. And
maybe if you're really lucky, like Gary, you can be born just like with it overridden already, where you're just kind of like, you just kind of understand the cost is too much. It's just not worth it, You just, asymmetries are just kind of logical to you, and you just feel it. But, for the longest time, I didn't feel like that. I was, when I was a kid, I enjoyed life, and then when I stopped enjoying life, I was just kind of like a sadist, and I just didn't really give a shit, didn't really value anything, and really care about my suffering or other people's suffering, or my pleasure or other people's pleasure. I just existed to witness the world in the chaos, basically, just as like an entity of just to witness. Basically, just wanted to witness the suffering. I wanted my own suffering to end at some point, but I also was still addicted to the nature of living, and so I was living just to watch things be in pain, basically. But then eventually, I fell in love and all that nonsense. So I'm not going to get into that. But, once you begin to actually value something, like truly understand there's actually something of value in the existence, and then you begin to understand that they have experiences that are valuable as well. That's not just them. It's like their experience is what really matters, and it's your experience and what matters also. Then you truly begin to understand the nature of what the universe is, what ethics is, and all that stuff. People just don't really have these experiences. I don't think people just don't get woken up very often. They get jolted, so to speak. I mean, there's the intelligence and there's the biology, but unless you're born into intelligence, you kind of you need to have something really strong to jolt your biology and your emotions to make you understand the value of suffering and the contrast of living. There are two sides of the coin, basically. And sometimes the one side of the coin that's negative can be really fucking bad. It's the point where it's just like impossible to ignore with all these silly comforts and coping mechanisms that we subconsciously engage in. Yeah, it's just the fucking truth. Sometimes something will just jolt you that hard if you live long enough and have truly careable people enough. It really do be. I feel like life kind of requires to truly understand, I mean, it's possible if you truly care about yourself and you go through a negative experience that you feel like I ought to not go through this. If you truly experience that I ought to not go through this, because you care for yourself, then I feel like it's completely possible to start being like, yeah, fuck this world. Pain is bad and nothing compensates. But a lot of people, their biology is just too strong. They don't get those negative experiences, or if they do, they have other coping mechanisms in place to make it just compensate for themselves in a weird subjective way. But if you love someone, if you truly care for someone else other than yourself and watch them go through a struggle, and you actually have a level of respect and empathy for them, that is what I would call love. Like obsession plus respect, like a true level of respect. Then you won't think that their suffering is okay. You will not think that their suffering is something benign. You'll think it's something viscerally bad. You'll experience it as such. That I am certain of. So when it comes down to, people just don't have these experiences, they don't have enough connection. They don't really. People just seem not to care, and if they do care, they don't have these experiences. There seems to be some of a disconnect going on between the experiences people seem to lack of having, or the lack of having them to someone that they care about. I also think there's a lot of people do not actually feel love in like the sense that, like, I'm pretty psychopathic, my dudes. Like, I don't really feel like, but I felt love for the first time. Like, it took like years of like knowing this person to actually generally be to the point where I admitted that I felt love for them. Like, but like, when it comes down to it, like, you know what it is when you have it, and it took years to describe the feeling. After I felt it, I've came to the conclusion it's kind of like obsession mixed with respect, mixed with like admiration. But Rick, I don't really know. Like, if you don't love someone, then I don't really know if you can really value their experience in like a true way. You can like value in like an intellectual way, understand that their experience is equal to your own, but like truly viscerally value the experience, you need to basically like feel that it's like they're equal to your own. Not only that, but you need to feel that they're above you in some way, like their value. Not not like above you isn't like they're like your ruler or something, but like above you in value sense, like you prioritize them. And if you get to that point where you're prioritizing somebody over your own existence, then I think you can kind of understand value a little bit. I mean, a parent, if they were listening, just be like, "I value my child over my own existence." Yeah, but they don't. They don't even fucking value themselves. Really, they don't really have a value system or anything. They just kind of running off of instincts, biological instincts, like the animal that sacrifices themselves if they're young or whatever. There's a difference between like being like, my kin, I'll sacrifice myself for my kin, and sacrificing yourself for someone that you aren't blood related to but love nonetheless. Like someone that like there isn't a blood, like, they say like blood's thicker than water or whatever. Like there's some artificial connection, like formed for bloodline and like legal bond or whatever. Like it's not some Stockholm syndrome bullshit where you're just like you're basically forced to love them because like you've known them for like years of your life or whatever. So like it just seems to me like people don't really have true experiences of love, in my opinion. People don't really have true experiences of love. They don't really have true experience. I'm gonna kill God. Okay, testing 1 2. Okay, yeah. Yeah, people don't have true experiences of love, so it's hard to have true experiences of empathy, or like visceral empathy with someone's pain. And it's people don't really tend to have experiences of true suffering, which is, in my opinion, the truest form of suffering is witnessing someone that you love suffer. Something like that, you cannot deny the value of suffering. You can excuse it if you have like any level of empathy, cognitive, affective, whatever. So it's just. But I don't think people have that. People are kind of stuck in their own heads, egoists basically. Their egos are too strong.
See the maze, see the game, in all of its.
Took me to take psychedelics to break down my ego. It took psychedelics and love to break down my ego. It's not just love, because love was still like, as I said, like I found love, I valued just her. It took like psychedelics to like kind of break that part up and be like, no, I do value her, but what I should be valuing is her experience, and everybody's experience is equal to our experiences and all that. So it took like, finding personal value, but then it took like a dissolving of the ego to like truly value others. So people need to like dissolve their ego, and they also need to find value at the same time. And now when people are scared of losing their ego, and people are scared of finding value, true value, like love and getting close to things without getting bit. So yeah, people basically are fearful of true values.
Whatever, with all the flaws visible. Yeah. I'll pause again. Yeah, just I'm just struggling with communicating with people, and it doesn't seem to. Um, I mean, logic doesn't mean much to most people. It seems they don't have any. They don't have any mechanism that obliges them to be honest. And most of it is all sock accounts and people throwing rocks from behind rocks and unaccountable crap. Um, and so there's nothing to argue with except a bunch of unaccountables willing to cheat the argument, with a bunch of exaggerations and distortions and just complete denials. And that's the part that's just you can't really fight with people who are just going to deny things that are in fact factually true and proven, well established as facts. Anyway. All right, back. So I gave my brain time to do some thinking, and it wandered off writing movie scripts for, the F-list movie, another version of it, full length movie, where life would be put on trial, and there'd be the 12 good men, in the room, arguing the fate of the destiny. What is the rational move to make in terms of an action regarding the state of life on Earth? Before that, I was just thinking about the fact that there are actually people, I mean, within the sound of my voice, who, if they could, would put, whatever, let's just say the living things in the ocean, they would put that ocean on Mars and think it was a good idea. Just having a bunch of organisms for millions of years, chasing each other and eating each other for millions of years. They just do that over and over and over again. This cycle of life and death, and sometimes, very short pieces of cycle. There isn't much time between the born part and the being brutally killed part. And they'd all think that was a great idea because, the universe needs animals picking the guts out of each other. That's it's a good thing. It just, it's hard to imagine that brain. It's hard to imagine how that person compiles the truth, what they're grinding in that truth to say there's anything redeeming or that there's something that comes out of that that's worth it. That, there's a product of some kind. The animal ate a yummy pear and then was brutally killed. That's a good enough story. That's all you need in the story. Eat yummy pear and then be chewed to death. Yeah, that's great. Eat a yummy pear and a crocodile grabs you and drowns you while it's tearing you to pieces. Yeah. Oh, that sounds like let's have more of that. Press the button, put the coins in the slot, make more of it. You just say, okay, I mean, how do you communicate with that brain? I don't know how to do it, obviously. And there's a lot of that out there. Just this, whatever it is, this life loving, without recognizing there's only parts of life that you could really love. You can't really love the whole thing. That's true. I guess, my brain just said, well, it's the same as true for, could anybody ever love a whole woman? There's always going to be pieces that are just fucking annoying.
Don't know, my dude.
Anyway, so I'm distracted, of course, and so I better get undistracted. That won't happen. It's not in the cards today. Coherent, ordered video just ain't gonna happen. All right, seems a simple enough question. Does life fail to be worth it? I mean, so everybody can just think about your life and think about all the good things you've witnessed, all the beautiful things you've witnessed, whatever. Most of those are frankly don't involve living things. I mean, don't involve anything having a particularly good day. They just have you sitting on a bench looking at a sunset, eating a Twinkie, and these are your little precious moments. So most of mine anyway are made out of something very, very isolated from reality, vacation spots, so to speak. You can give her a name, the vacation, but that's all it is. You're going on a vacation, okay? And then you have to come back to reality. I guess I would argue that to me it's pretty obvious if I go through all the bad things I've witnessed and I say, well, what can make up for that? Realistically, I mean, how much good stuff do you actually have to produce to be able to justify that the harm you saw done to somebody or something? And would there be any hope that you could really compose a list of good things that happened in your existence that really would say, okay, yeah, it's worth it. Let's redo the good things and we'll pay that price again. The price was worth it. I guess I'm just saying that I think any person does that honestly, okay, that they've seen enough harm come to the things they care about and love that they'd say, oh, fuck no. There's just really no song and dance. There's nothing produced, okay, on the planet Earth that I would sentence something to be tortured for. So I can't find a good, a precious, precious enough. There's no, rain. There's no one thing so beautiful or perfect that it would be worth torturing a rabbit for. I mean, there's no event that takes place on Earth that I would torture something to make more of that happen. It just doesn't exist in my imagination. So I would say that yes, my life has enough of those. Witnessing something horrible has enough of that to make it clear to me that there's just no way I could justify redoing this adventure, the one where I witness things and say, did I witness more good or more bad? So it's a pretty easy equation to say, yeah, no, it's not worth sustaining because what it's producing doesn't work. It causes more harm than it can possibly produce as some kind of good, whatever good is. Good is usually just not being harmed, right? So, it's good doesn't have much positive value. It's way too weak. It's not like these are equal magnets, and the repulsion is as strong as the attraction. It's very disproportional. The bads way outweigh the goods because the goods don't really exist. The goods are just not having a bad. So you have some moments where you're not being tortured, and otherwise you're being gnawed at by the mosquitoes. You're being picked at constantly by little nuisance parasites and imperfections in the game. Constant little hacks and scratches. You're getting scarred. So that just popped into my head was that National Geographic picture of the the girl with the beautiful eyes and the blah blah blah, and they go back 20 years later and she looks like she's 85. Life just beats the shit out of people. And why would I say let's play some more of that game when it's real things that are going to be having the shit beat out of them? Doesn't seem like even a difficult question. I mean, you could say, okay, well, let's have some argument about what possible goods there are, and let's try to contrive something. But you can't really go anywhere with that, right? I mean, you can't make it make much sense. That just satisfies some addictions, some dependencies. Well, like the heroin. I got the heroin when I was really desperate. Oh, that felt so good for 10 minutes. Blah 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 blah. You can't really make much out of it in terms of any kind of enduring value or positive. All you really have is the enduring and guaranteed negative. Just wouldn't be much of a trial in a sense, because what would the positive side be? I mean, what's the positive argument? It's a dismal origin as a gladiator, a machine, a monster, just intended to, like an aliens, like a bug planet, just intending to lay eggs everywhere it can, and getting through tomorrow for the sake of it, no other real reason. Survival regardless of the cost. Not, I mean, if you think about it, you can't. There's no way to make it reasonable. I say. All right. So I was just thinking about how stuff sticks as important, and it can take a long time for somebody to get over it. So let's just say that you're stuck with some, childish notion of purpose and function and preciousness of life. You love it, okay, and so that sort of hit me where I live in a sense that I have had that happen. Where in analyzing psychology, that there's just no way. Some of this stuff just takes time. So you'll have like a hate or a love. Like somebody wrongs you, some violation of some basic principle, even a court thing, even a judge does something crazy or stupid, and you could sit there for years, just saying, oh, I gotta get my revenge. I gotta defend the truth there. I gotta fix that. That injustice is just not acceptable and has to be fought. And so you can love a woman or something, and then you're just something. She finds somebody else, something happens, and well, you have to transition, but you're just not. Your brain won't do it. Your brain won't say, "I can just turn it on and turn it off." And so it takes 5 years or 10 years for you to turn a switch that says off. That makes it so you don't have to fix it anymore. You're over it. You're past it, and that's a real problem for human beings. In terms of I've experienced that myself. Where in hindsight you say, "Gee, why did I waste so much time fighting that cause or fighting this or fighting that?" Because in hindsight you realize it was it wasn't a very practical or pragmatic use of your time, kind of a thing. Now, the good news, at least for these videos, is that after 20 years of doing this, I still see the purpose in it. So there hasn't been any tendency to turn off the fight. And in some ways, I've become more resolute, in terms of trying to devote even more time to it. But anyway, wallowing in it, the problem of it, fixing it, the dilemma. And I guess that's just because that once you realize that's the only game you're in, really, it's the only game you're playing, is the should we continue playing the game. There's no bigger game than
I don't know what surfing kid you're talking about.
Gracefully exiting game. That's really the only objective, if you're rational, is to first play that game well, because that's the only one that's going to matter. Is even in your own life, is your graceful exit. It's really important. You're going to realize how important it is once you're there. And so, obviously, in the societies we've created, it's very hard to do that. And that's a headache, a problem that you can't even do something so profoundly important as protecting yourself from worst cases. And that's really stupid. I could have some kind of hemorrhage in my brain tomorrow, and I could end up in a hospital, and I won't. My destiny won't be in my hands anymore. It'll be in the hands of ghouls and kind of sadistic ghouls, frankly. Anyway, going somewhere with that. Well, I'll think about where I was going. I can't. I don't have a clue at the moment. All right. So I guess the point is that there's this resistance to, calling life what it is, or pointing at it and just saying yes, it's bad, is something people are resisting doing because they still have some emotional problem with dealing with any kind of we're great kind of perception, like wow, look how spectacular and how great human beings are, and how functional and superior and all that crap or something. I don't know what exactly it is, frankly. People always seem a little bit ugly and dysfunctional to me, but that's just me. So it's this, what are you invested in? I mean, what's the problem with the scenario? Let's just say it was imposed by a meteor crash that everybody became sterile. Okay. So they could still have sex. They could still enjoy their life. They still do everything you're doing right now. There just won't be a future. Okay. And there won't be little kids joyously doing whatever they do. You don't even see them really, right? I mean, the only time I see kids here is when they're walking back and forth to school, and that's it. And you don't even see too many of them, because most of them get driven everywhere. Because frankly, you just can't, a responsible parent almost can't leave their kid alone on the street. It's just too dangerous out there in the fun world. The fun world is just way too dangerous. So yeah, I'd hardly notice the difference, right? It'd be like the summer, right? And when there's no school, there's no young people. They're all somewhere, I guess, and they all got there somehow. Yeah, you see once in a while one skateboard down the street, but it just means it would make a very tiny difference to the visual image, right? So if you took a time lapse little 2-minute film of the day, there wasn't being much children in the video.
Someone explains
so
what this meow thing means.
Even when they're in cars now, they're behind black windows. And, you just don't see them. You don't see. Anyway, so what would you miss? Exactly. I mean, what would change? Almost nothing important really. And so it's only the people who are presently invested in child rearing or something where their life would be dramatically different. But for most other people, most people who are either past that or before that, what would change? It's just it's almost a meaningless change. It doesn't, it's so trivial in terms of what changes. How many kids are there at where you work, or, when you're watching a movie, or, when most of the things you're doing, they're not a vital part of you existing and functioning. And you certainly could imagine going to some resort or something, or vacation or whatever, that didn't have, it wasn't run for the purpose of entertaining children. Anyway, just, I'm just saying it doesn't add up to much. So what are you giving up? What would be the, I have to start crying and getting hysterical and get upset because there's no kids, and that means there won't be any future of, people 1,000 years from now won't be doing the same thing I'm doing now, which is just eking through an existence. I mean, how is this tragically horrid as a visualization? I mean, where exactly is the, oh my God, how awful? I mean, this is almost like having the argument about, if we're not capable, if it is as it seems physically factual, that the human race will die, okay, eventually on planet Earth, that it will be made extinct in the universe. If that's an actual fact, is it really? Oh, gee, it's horrifying. I'm horrified. Oh, now it is horrifying to imagine it happening in some way where the environment degrades and we spend years or decades, in a degrading environment, slowly killing each other, in wars and whatnot. Well, that's kind of bleak. That's worth a tear. But the day after, when there's just peace and quiet, no, come on, it's horrifying. So if you look at Jupiter, or you look at Saturn, or you look at Mars, or you look at Mercury, or you look at some other planet, and you see nothing alive there, dancing and prancing about on the bones of its ancestors, it's lamentable. It's some sort of tragedy. Come on. I mean, it's one of those 5 facts. It's just, come on. You're really imagining the end of the existence of the biological infestation on Earth as a tragedy? I mean, it really does hurt you to even imagine it. I mean, you really would, if this was going to happen, if there was an edict, the aliens came and they said they're going to do this, that once, so let's see, what's the most graceful? I mean, if they were really nice, I mean, this would probably be the movie plot, so maybe I shouldn't give that away. But anyway, let's just say they're going to terminate you because you're functioning, you're insufficiently efficient. The biological infestation has no practical hope of being productive in the universe. So they're going to decide to erase it because it just doesn't do anything useful. But they're going to do it in this way where they're just going to grandfather all of you out. They're just going to sterilize all the living things. And so they just won't be able to reproduce. I mean, how long is it going to take you to get over it and still bang the chicks? I mean, you're not going to be able to eat your dinner for one night. I mean, how long are you going to resist the bag of potato chips sitting on the shelf? I mean, how long are you going to be tragically upset? And then, how long are you going to be back on the golf course or, the jet ski, or playing your music way too fucking loud in your fucking shitty car? I mean, how long? 37 hours? How long is it going to take you to get over it? Is it going to be easier to get over than, say, if your brother or your sister died in some horrible way? I mean, you're gonna make a mockery of yourself and insult your own intelligence by saying, "Oh no, it was a lot easier to get over that." Come on. No, it's going to be pretty easy to get over it. The terrible disappointment, that there's not going to be some future where a bunch of, I mean, it's not going to be you. There's not 7 billion yous on the planet or 8 billion, whatever the fuck the number is. They're not yous, and you know it. They're mostly an insane number of them are clearly thems. I mean, fuck nutted, retarded shit for brain thems. Thems you would have no interest in being one of them. So why lie and say, oh, how tragic? I mean, it's a real bargain to get rid of the you, okay, if the thems are going with you. I mean, that's just a huge bargain. You can't find a better deal on planet Earth than, yes, you sacrifice some dopey notion of you existing as some new you, okay, redoing the same bullshit all over again. You give up on that idea. For the benefit of all the thems being prevented. So, the whole conversation is just, this is back where we get to just lying and dishonesty and how dishonest people are, because, they can't, there's no way they're going to give me some explanation for how, oh yeah, this really bothers them. I mean, just, there's no way. I'm just saying that the facts that the physics say we're not leaving this solar system is just, like I said, intelligent people know, yeah, we're really, as a practical matter, it's not going to happen. Just isn't going to happen. Maybe it's a piece of vial of DNA. You might be able to send a vial of DNA into space, but that's as far as it's going to go. It's not going to go any further than that. There's not going to be any real representation of anything called human intelligence. It's all going to be annihilated right here. So, what are you arguing about? Oh, it only lasted 76,000 years, and but if it was 120, that would have been so much better. It's just stupid. I guess that you can make the same argument about just existing, right? Because we keep existing, and you could argue, well, I would have been better off if I dropped dead when I was 15, or dropped dead when I was 25, or dropped dead, And the fact is, you keep thinking you're winning, So it doesn't, and it's just hard to say when the right time is, until you're way past the wrong time. Until you've lived way too long, you don't know how long good enough is because of that idea of hope, and that tomorrow will be bringing some new, better opportunity, and that you're going to start winning if you're not already winning. You're going to win more. You keep going back to the casino. It's just the way we're built, and instead of just conceding, nothing better or good is actually going to happen. And you're not going to advance in the game. You're just going to have more heartache and shit dumped on you, and that's also dismal. Anyway, so all you can do is try to minimize losses. So yeah, that's kind of like, I finally learned I don't really, you never want to get, hets are a really bad idea, because it's inevitably going to be unpleasant to say goodbye and have to live the rest of your time just remembering something. And then if it dies badly, then you'll have all these bad memories, and this doesn't work. In the long run, it's just a pile of it makes the movie of your life shitty. It just takes all the fun out of it, and such. All right, one more pause, I think. All right, clearly I struggled with this video. And in conclusion, my brain just kind of pointed out the obvious. I need to be a better lawyer, okay? Really, I'm sitting here with a bunch of facts on the table, pointing to a truth about our reality, and I should be able to convert that pile of facts into a story, a narrative, where I put them in the right order and explain the progression of these facts, and that they all point to one thing, that you should vote for, the graceful exit, that there's a graceful discontinuation of horror and torture for no real value enhancement, no real gold. That all the gold is just as superficial as gold. All the diamonds are as superficial as diamonds. Okay, their value isn't intrinsic. It's completely a phenomenon of some silly notion that I need a diamond, implanted in my eyebrow. Some, precious thing, where you're possessed to think it's valuable, when no, in fact, it's
anti-antinalism after this video.
What little you'll gain is you're going to pay for. You're going to pay many times over the price of your pleasure. Every one of those pleasures will come at a huge cost. And well, anyway, so it's just about being a better advocate. And I've had my moments, I think, where I've made good arguments, but yes, most of it is just too disorganized. And that's part of the problem, is because you're arguing with so many different kinds of people. So it's like you can't use one language because they speak different languages. You can't use one set of analogies because they can't understand them. And they have preconceived notions. They have their own beliefs that they're so rigidly attached to that there's no way you can even say the word without them screaming some rape or something. You can't even say you're cute and they're yelling rape. So it's it's really difficult because of that fact that intelligent people aren't really that smart. That you can be smart in different ways, and that there's no, there's no simple diagram for who you're having the conversation with, because there's people who are horribly lighted by their existence, enduring agonizing suffering constantly and every day, week after week, month after month, year after year. And you would expect these to be easy targets in the sense of understanding the victimhood and waste and all of that, but they'll be advocates because they've been programmed to believe in, Mohammed or something. And so that's always been sort of the problem, is that it's hard to compose a script that'll work on all people, no matter what their precondition is. And so I have to work on that. But really, I should, the fact is I have failed and I have to do better. And this video is just an example of, yes, it needs to be fixed. So I made a broken video on purpose. So I will say that I did it on purpose. Just so you'll be able to see the huge contrast between this video and when I actually do it right. When I make the perfect video that I plan on making eventually. That's the plan. I will say it perfectly eventually, and then you won't need all these imperfect videos. I can hope. So we'll cut it. I'll end the video because I'm just struggling to find a way to communicate. And I guess it's just part of what's, I'm having this conversation about physics, on another channel, and I just have been shocked.
He has a 2 and a 3 channel. The fuck?
Forbidden Forest. I'm inside Forbidden Forest.
Oh shit. The micro sounds like this guy's please stop me.
No, I just want to say, I just heard this guy stop the vegan market. So he's like, I care about people, so I'm against government oppression. He says, I went up against the government and stuff. He says that, you know, and you know what he also said? In another video, he said, one of the good things about the COVID is that you have to keep yourself from others and wear masks.
Okay, yeah, no, my eardrums cannot. No. No. Okay. Let's watch a different video, one that I can process if all my eardrums kind of dying from the wind.
No stake at all. They're like sticks or bricks or
bricks.
Rocks. So I guess you say that rocks are all precious too.
Oh yeah.
Crap. So just bullshit.
As pro-lifer,
what stands in the way is our egos.
Pro-lifers would value rocks,
and even the egos only mean to protect the inner child. So this is all more bullshit. From being emotionally hurt again. Whatever. Yes, lots of bad touch in the world. So yeah, I mean, the whole argument is kind of idiotic. You know, if you haven't learned from your mistakes, I mean, that is, if you haven't learned from personal experience that you were lucky to get through your life. Like, you know, I knew I was really, I didn't want to have kids even when I was a kid. I think the whole idea seemed obnoxious. But even if I did, by the time I was 20, I kind of knew that I was awful lucky to get through my life without getting herpes or run over or something else. So I'd already know it's not a good game to play, and I'd already know I'd beat the odds, and I'm just tempting fate, so to speak, to even try to do anything because I know I've already been lucky, and I'm just saying, well, now let's see if I can roll the unlucky dice. So let's roll the dice some more and see if I can be unlucky. I would already have an aversion because I know, you know, if you have a lucky streak, if you're a smart person, you say, I'm leaving Vegas now. You don't go around saying, oh yeah, bad luck will never show up. No, you say logically, yes, it will. Let's dissolve the ego and then we can see things for what they are. Well, it's just idiotic because what we are competitive organisms that seek conquest. We seek to consume, to own, to procure, to have. You love dogs. Well, don't you seek to have one? So just kind of silly. We're made to seek. We are precious, whatever. No, I don't think any of us are precious. And we're all beings are precious. So that's just mush. I also love my fat. Well, that's probably not a brilliant thing to do. It won't go away if you treat it well. My fat means well. I don't really think it does, but whatever. Vegan fat to be accurate. Yes, well, any kind doesn't really matter, but whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Just a lot of mush. We're stupid robots and we make messes if we don't have good programming, period. So fuck this. Gary emailed you. Why didn't you reply to me? Well, because you're asking for rather a complex thing, and it's not only dangerous to have conversations about dying and all this kind of stuff. It's, you know, it is a delicate matter And so, yeah, I didn't email you back because it's, that's not my job here. I mean, I understand people have personal things, but I'm not here to serve personal needs. I'm not a 911 operator or something. I can't come to the rescue. I can barely keep myself sane enough to march through my life. I just don't have anything to do to support other people in their individual problems. So I'd like to be able to be helpful, but legally I really can't be. And I really don't have any great advice. If I knew how to kill myself really simple, then I would have already done it. you know. So the reason why I'm still here is because I haven't found the method that just says to me, that's for me. I haven't quite found that yet. Fill them all quick. Yes, pretty much. Hi. Okay. True. Hi, Gary. Okay. We're animated rocks. Well, it's
Animated
we're not really
rocks. I don't know
rocks.
about that.
We're hydrocarbons and such. But yes,
Nah,
because
it's
you
that
are
one
obese.
dude.
I don't know what that one is. Question mark. I don't know. Hi, Gary. Okay. Hi, Steph. Frowny face. Well, I'm sorry about your frowny face. I'm sorry you're not satisfied. Um, I'm not really good at email communication anyway. I was going to make you a video, but I got a lot of people I'm supposed to talk to that I haven't talked to. So you're on a long list of people who are pissed off because I'm not very communicative lately. I'm very introverted lately. I'm just not, people bug me. I mean, even people who don't bug me, like in principle, I just have no, sorry, nobody's feeding me. Everybody's asking me to feed them. That's the problem, sort of. And that's not. I'm not saying that about the other people I haven't talked to that I should have. I'm just saying there's too many people that are doing that, and so I'm just off on people. So I'm sorry. Maybe I'll get around to being more of a human being and being able to be social and all that kind of crap, but I'm just not social beyond this. Whatever. I have my own problems. Yeah, that's it. I have my own problems. There's a lot of shit going on. I have worries and whatnot. Greetings and salutations, whatever. Trump forever. Well, I can block him.
There's a
Fun.
fucking vampire.
Move my image out of the way so I can block people properly. What a downer that is. Like, move him up. I hate the way this thing jumps. I just hate it. Just jumps a huge amount. You're saying, where did you jump from, you bastard? All right. Let's see. Get what you deserve, Trumpers. Yes. You like Bill Hicks? No, not really. I don't. I'm not a. I don't like humorists. It's just me. I'm just not a humorist kind of person. Have you seen Precious the movie? No. Haha. How is it dangerous? What? Well, I don't really want to get into it, but you want suicide advice. You don't understand how Jackaforkian went to jail for 7 years. I'm just saying it's not really legal in this country to if
Yeah, and nobody on the channel because I randomly get people that ask me occasionally, like, "Yo, bro, can you help me like die?" I'm just kind of like, to anyone that asks that question, the internet can provide legally, as Gary says, not exactly gonna help you on that one. Just gonna say, unless you're in a country that has very restrictive internet, you can definitely find out. There are websites that'll tell you exact death times, percentages of likelihood of success. They'll tell you uh, how painful the method is, stuff like that nature. So you can find ways to kill yourselves, and you can find the statistical likelihood of it, and how much pain you'll likely feel as well. So you can plot out your methods and all that. But as I say on this channel, I do not support suicide in and of itself. I only support the reduction of suffering and pain. So when it comes down to it, if you think you can produce more value in your life, aka prevent more suffering in your life, slash others' lives by existing, you know, meaning you're going to like be an anti-natalist activist, vegan activist, I don't know, trying to educate people because you know that education reduces fertility rates. Any of these things, bing bang boom, you might have slash probably do have more value in being alive than dead. So I recommend you to produce value and not die. But if you are just going to be a lazy fuck, sit in your ass, just be unproductive or a blight to the world, if you're going to be an Andrew Tate or a Donald Trump or just average Republican or, the average person in general, to be honest, I'm trying to be nice and like not say most people deserve to die, but, honestly, most people do. So when it comes down to it, yeah, try to improve yourselves, become better people. If you're an antinatalist, make your time worthwhile. I don't recommend people kill themselves. I recommend people make their time valuable. And if they don't want to do that, well, we've talked about primordialism on this channel before, guys. We all are better off ceasing existence. It's the most, if you want to be a selfish individual, ceasing existence is the most beneficial thing that one could do for the self. So it's kind of just like, hey man, if you want to be logically consistent, truly benefit yourself, I'm just saying, man. Number, don't advocate for suicide on this channel.
I'm not even going to get into it. I'm just saying it's a dangerous ground to be playing in. Fuck. How many times have you been arrested? Once, officially. I just got the book, Better Never to Have Been. Well, is it any good? No.
No.
That's a book. He's not a great writer, in my opinion. So it's not really compelling. It doesn't keep you on the edge of your seat or anything.
Yeah, my grandma said it was boring. She got like halfway through.
Asymmetry argument, which I called the zero-sum argument, which is really the argument that the negatives are the found, there's all whip and there's really no carrot. The idea of life is really, you think it's a carrot when they take away the whip. That's like, that's like a carrot. That argument is a good argument, but the rest of the book is just kind of blah, 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 blah. Oh, I forgot about the feds watching me too. Yes, that doesn't help. Okay, I understand.
And if you kind of look at the carrot and the whip argument, I mean, in a way, Buddhism was kind of saying that. Like, if you look at Buddhism, it's kind of saying all desire is suffering. You either complete a desire and then you have to latch on to that desire, which is suffering. And all things that motivate you are desire. So you're born into need, such and such, So, and then if you fail at containing those desires, it also leads to suffering. So basically, it's the same thing. Your zero sum is kind of what Buddhists are saying as well. So Benatar's best argument has kind of been said by Eastern religion for like 3,000 years. But I mean, he also has the asymmetry argument called the pinprick argument, where it's just kind of like saying that, hey, do you believe unnecessary suffering is bad? This is the easiest way to put it, in my opinion. This is what I yell on my street activism. Do you value preventing unnecessary suffering? Do you think it is wrong to cause unnecessary suffering? Most people will answer yes to this. If they have any semblance of suffering in their life or have seen anybody in their life suffer, they will answer, yeah, causing unnecessary suffering, probably not Gucci. Then you pretty much just go, hey, is birth necessary? Probably not. If you really want to have a child, if you think for some reason fulfilling wants is a necessity, you can adopt. And then most people at this point will admit, yeah, I don't need to have a biological child, and if for some fucking reason I really feel that there's some need to have a child, I can adopt. So then, in conclusion, it is unnecessary to have a biological child. Like, I mean, that argument, I mean, that's like, It's like the easiest way to put it is just the fact that it's not necessary to cause pain, so therefore don't cause pain. I mean, the argument essentially is that. I mean, it's really just an argument of necessity. It's basically saying like, hey, uh, by not existing, you're not depriving anybody of pleasures. You are essentially causing someone that eventually will feel pain. The nature of existence. I mean, the reason it's bad is because you're causing a pain that's unnecessary, and there's not a compensatory experience for it because you're not depriving someone of the pleasures. So that's basically the argument: is just do not cause unnecessary suffering. In a way. I mean, the argument is that like the pleasures don't really count, but like really, if you just didn't value suffering, it wouldn't really matter anyway. So really, the argument is just do not cause unnecessary suffering. You're causing unnecessary suffering. I mean, in my opinion, the best argument for antinatalism is literally just do you think it is wrong to cause unnecessary bad things? Best way to put it in framing is do you think it's bad to cause unnecessary bad things, bad events? I don't know. Like, this is the easiest way to put it, in my opinion, for street activism. I mean, I just say unnecessary suffering because, I mean, it sounds a little bit more educated than being like bad things. I don't know. Bad things just seems very childish, but it's like the most general way you can put it in like accurate sense. Because I guess like I think everything breaks down into pain. But if you deny that premise and you're like, no, I think what really matters is objective list theory or desire theory or whatever, like essentially bad things do exist. Like you can have an objective need not met. You can have a desire not met. You can have whatever moral theory thing not met. So there is such thing as an unmet, like whatever, like a bad thing. So in most theories, unless you're like a nihilist or like an extreme skeptic or something. So then you basically just would say, hey, birth is the catalyst of these things, right? You cannot experience these upset, whatever you value, objective list, desire, suffering, so on, unless you're born first, to have the ability to experience them. True, true. And then basically, once they establish that, go, hey, it's wrong to unnecessarily inflict those bad things upon someone. If you have a compensatory experience of just preventing more of those bad things, maybe good. If you're a deontologist, I'd still say no. But deontologists should be the easiest. You should be able to like. I mean, other than like the theological deontologist, but like any deontologist that's not like theologically a deontologist, you should be really easy to convince them of antinatalism if they have any sense of genuine like principles to themselves. Unfortunately, people aren't very principled, so good fucking luck. But when it comes down to it, you should be able to convince most people of the fact that hey, unnecessary bad thing, desire upsetting, whatever, it's a bad to do so unnecessarily. And if they agree to that, which anybody who's being intellectually honest will, you can basically trap them in the corner being, well, like, hey, you've just admitted that birth isn't necessary. It's, going to be the catalyst of all these bad things. I mean, well, basically, sorry, haven't gotten to admit that's not necessary yet. You basically got them to admit that there is a bad thing through whatever moral lens they view, and that birth is the catalyst of all those bad things. Now you basically need to ask them what is the compensatoriness, like what compensates for causing these bad things to make it like necessary to bring someone into existence. Because if you don't have a necessity, you're basically causing an unnecessary harm, an unnecessary bad thing. And then, once you basically get them to admit that, hey, I am either causing a bad action by having a child and I'm going to do a bad action, which makes me, like, and if I don't believe in free will, so it's not going to be a bad person per se, but, a person who does bad things makes them a person who does bad things. Or, and they have to be cool with that to some extent, which means public should shame them, or basically they change their behavior. So I mean most people are pieces of shit, man. I mean, even people in the antinatalist community are kind of pieces of shit, man, if you really think about it. Like I love you, Scott, But like even him, like he has like the principal understanding of like, oh, yeah, I'm doing a bad thing. But like even him, this goddamn headset, man. Testing 1 2. But yeah, even Scott, he'll still like he's like vegetarian, so he'll have dairy products and eggs and shit like that because it's supposed to be more healthy or just makes him feel better or it's more convenient. It's just like, people recognize, even people that recognize things as wrong and supposedly viscerally feel it, uh, just they just don't care to some extent or another. They're like enough. They just don't. People are in general shitty. So I really have so fucking little hope, man. I've been this rant went on for like 5 minutes. I don't even know what the start of the rant was because I'm high. Like if you see me puffing on this is THC. So it's just like I'm not sober right now. But moral stories, I'm sure you guys kind of somewhat followed around along more than me, and you were kind of like that was mildly entertaining. Haha.
How is vape? How's the vape, Gary?
Praise
Yes,
be.
this new one is it's a piece of shit. It's a piece of technology because it keeps giving me these stupid
Oh yeah,
ohm
it was a
errors.
piece of shit.
It keeps saying too little ohms, too many ohms. I mean, I can screw it on and actually go from too little to too many, with one turn. It's just a fucking piece of shit. But besides that, it's nice to have something portable. But yeah, I haven't found. I'm using my old tank, and it hates my old tank, so it keeps giving me error codes. And on the new tank, I just haven't found the right settings. Where you just don't get too wet. Too much. You're drinking the nicotine. Drinking nicotine's no good. That's how much vape I like. Just enough. And this thing is made to do some other kind of vaping. Let's see, can a person undo their religious upbringing? Well, of course, it's a philosophy. It's not it's not genetic. Yeah. Do those flashing lights provide light therapy? No, they don't. They're just interesting.
They're
Fuck
just
you.
interesting.
Mother Russia is not your enemy. Your owning class are. Mother Russia is owned by 12 families. Mother Russia is Trumpolia. Okay, you grow a clue.
Big facts. Russia's an oligarchy. It's basically Putin, and then just a bunch of elitists, and they control the whole country. So it's an oligarchy. A president and then a ruling elite class. So basically a figurehead and a bunch of ruling elite, and they kind of control the country. So it's basically just a bunch of rich people in the council room being like, yes.
Mother Russia died and got bought up by Bill Gates. It's Russia is a useless sack of shit as an organization of human beings. It's a joke. Hypothetical question: if one day everyone revealed to you that they are fictitious characters like a simulation. Oh, you mean if a sign pops up and goes, "You have options. Would you like to play again, or reboot, or play a different game?" No, if I found out if I was in a video game, what would I do? I'd play the game, you idiot. Jesus Christ. I'd look for the option that says just fuck until I'm dead. Yes, I'd look for that option. Let's play fuck until you're dead. Fuck all these other stupid games like let's play being an American. Let's play having to communicate with idiots on the internet. Oh no, I don't want to play that game. I'll just play some other fucking game. Whack
This is
them
why
all
Gary
till
cannot be
they're
president.
all dead.
It's true. I mean, personally, I say in 20 years, guys, vote for me. I'll be a great president. I'll just be an open psychopath. I'll just be like, hey guys, I care about our borders because I think in general we have some good freedom rights here. Got some good established laws. And those people out there, other than like the Nords, they kind of fucking suck, man. Their laws draconian, filthy. So it's just like when it comes down to it, I don't care about any of you people. Your value equal to the ones that just called filth in terms of their laws and setups. So it's really unfortunate, but I'm your benevolent leader, your god emperor in a way, your philosopher king. So that's basically how I would just be very open with the fact that I'm basically just ruling you all, and I do not care about any of you. Basically, I'm your king, and democracy is here to basically have like a semblance of an illusion of just like, I'd be like, you guys can do your little democracy thing, but like we're gonna just set up some shit here to make it so like things can get the fuck done. There's too much of this like all this talk about useless religion crap in court. No, we're no longer wasting time. If I was in charge, we would just basically if I was in charge, we'd have healthcare and stuff. We'd start like tearing churches down, taxing the fuck out of them. We would basically make theology just collapse in on itself as a function. Like if they want to have their little thing, they're gonna have to start compensating to society. Uh, like religion is gonna start paying their fair share. Everything's gonna fucking start going Gucci. You know, borders, we're gonna have like hard close in the borders. People only get in if they have like a very strong education, and if they can basically prove that they have a moral system similar enough to our American system. That is hopefully negative utilitarianism and painism, reducing net suffering above all things. And then, when it comes down to it, we just kind of have to get the whole world kind of like educated, and the ones that don't get educated, via the power of our amazing military, we just kind of encourage them to educate. And, we, by the power of our military, we enter their country, us and our beautiful allies, and we establish bases of operation, which our soldiers build schools and provide for the children of those countries so that they don't have to reproduce and become educated, and then we wipe out all animal life slowly in the future and all that stuff. But education reduces reproduction rates, so we're thinking long term. So when it comes down to, you want to reduce population rates by educating them, you want to increase their health care, because right now the death rates, the reason population is so high and like birth rates are so high in the third world is because not all children survive to adulthood, kind of just die off, or they get diseases, or die when they're young, get shot from crime and stuff. So you need to decrease crime rates, you need to decrease all these, like, you need to increase like infant survival rates. So basically people aren't going to have multiple kids, instead just raise one or two. And then you basically need to educate them so that they realize life kind of, they can do things besides just be like a fucking parent, that doesn't have to be their only goal in life. They can do other things. That will also decrease reproduction, right? And then obviously, at the whole time you're doing this, hopefully we're educating people with a moral code that is negative utilitarianism. So people, hopefully at the same time as these natural incentives to depopulate are going on, people are naturally just kind of being like, oh shit, yeah, we probably shouldn't have kids because it's wrong to do. So there's the incentives, which Gary talks about and all that, but then there's also the moral argument going on as well. And yeah, and if people eventually just, and then I set all this up, for the future, because at some point, you know there is probably going to be there's probably going to be violence. I'm just being honest with you guys. We can do as much as we can to de-incentivize religion and all that, but like, the at some point there's like the Saudis and stuff. There's gonna be a bunch of religious kooks that just kind of are just like, lol, I don't care. Uh, Muhammad or fucking Jesus and the Holy Spirit have spoke to me, and says I'm allowed to hit my wife and toss gay people off roofs and bring children into the world and indoctrinate them. So, like, there's gonna be people like that for all time. Like, no matter what, it's just there's gonna be crazy fucks out there that are like that worship power. So, what do you do? What do you do? Well, I mean, we know what they're gonna do. They have the guns, unfortunately. They're right wingers, and you don't, if you're being honest, if you honest with yourself for 1 second, you know that they have no fucking mercy. They bring their children to the world to suffer and die. They don't give a damn about it. And the way they talk about minorities and their value of their life, you know that once you're part of their out group, you know, they're not going to give a damn about you. So why have the empathy? They don't have the empathy for you. They don't have the empathy for their children. So, and as negative utilitarianism, pro-mortalism, all that good jazz, it really just comes down to, is their short-term suffering really, really worth the future? Because I think when it comes down to it, billions of people, billions of animals, not billions of animals, 20 quintillion animals. Quintillion, that's like 100 billions, basically, like 100 billions. It's a fuck ton, basically. 20 quintillion animals on Earth, 8 billion people suffering versus them. You know, if I was in charge, I'm not saying I'd cause a civil war in my presidency. It would have to be enough people and, like, behind my back. I'd set up the foundations for a future. I'd set up the foundations. I'd be like, yeah, we're bringing this religion shit down slowly by creating a foundation, and we're encouraging people to do negative utilitarianism, and at the same time, I wouldn't encourage violence against religious people or anything like that, but I'd be just kind of like, hey man, as president, fuck them. Just kidding. No, I wouldn't do that. No. When I say this, I'm just saying, like, if I was like some like crazy dictator in control. In reality, if I was in control, I'd be a lot more peaceful because I wouldn't want to, like, have mass panic. I care about utility more than other things. So I wouldn't want mass panic and rebellion and all that jazz. So in reality, I play a much more Machiavellian game. I'm just talking jokes wise right now, guys. Haha. But I played a lot more Machiavellian. I would do the original things of like taking out religion and all that via de-incentivizing and all that. But like the violence stuff, no, that we wouldn't do any violence. We would definitely want to do the violence though. They definitely fucking deserve it. But we wouldn't do no violence as president. I would be like, peaceful means of de-incentivizing religion. You take them down slowly. You crush them from the inside. Get the CIA to do something useful for once in a while. Just kidding. The right wingers that you're listening to this, like, he wants the CIA to take down the God. And I'm just like, hey man, the CIA has been protecting religion for the last like fucking 50 years. So we can use it to, for some good for once. But honestly, fuck the CIA also as a no, and fuck the FBI as a no. I don't really know about the NCA. That'd be like the NSA. Like, I don't know what the fuck the NSA does, honestly. I mean, I'm sure they're probably bad too. But what the fuck is the NSA really doing? I don't know, man. Fuck. So, but the FBI and CIA, fuck them dudes. They kind of suck ass, for the record. But we can put them to work. We can get those guys, instead of targeting minorities and third world governments, we can be like, hey guys, let's take down religion from the inside. Just get some good old atheists to attend church sessions and just be like, hi, my name's Joan Johnson and I love the Lord, but oh boy, have I been questioning my faith. Can you help me, Larry, from like 2 rows down? I've been really questioning my faith. And then just like get really dramatic into like, like atheism, but like, like deeply connected, you know, basically have like inside job atheism, you know, because there's two. If you understand how things work, atheism's right. I mean, God's fucking dead, man. There's no God. And if there was such thing as a God, it became the universe. It's a fucking corpse, you know. There's no reason to worship some like Yahweh bullshit, you know. It's just silly Billy. So, but when it comes down to it, telling somebody that creates a wall. They put up a wall. They're like, "Oh my God, you're denying my whole entire existence. Oh my Lord, it's a sin to even think this," you know. And then them trying to process it, they're like, "It's a sin," so they're not going to. They're gonna put up that wall. So you gotta have some inside guys, you know. You gotta get like worm your way in and be like, you know, I'm also a Christian and I love the Lord, but I'm just really questioning my faith. And then you just kidding. I'm not gonna. I'm just having fun with this, guys, because I'm high and I usually don't talk on this channel very often. We just kind of we just kind of just in reality, no, I am a misotheist and I am like an anti-theist, but when it comes down to it, I am fairly about freedom of speech and rights of sorts as instrumental tool. So, you know, so long as people do not hurt others, I don't think we should try to hurt them. So it's just kind of like probably wouldn't dedicate much to anti-theism, but I would dedicate a bunch to de-incentivizing religion and schools and stuff of that nature. So would definitely teach religion in schools. I would make it an obligation to teach, not religion, evolution. I would make it an obligation to teach evolution in schools, and I'd make it an obligation to teach philosophy to some extent in school. Uh, Because right now they don't have philosophy in school at all. Like, and you're in high school and shit, you're not learning philosophy. And you should, and you're in high school, learn some level of philosophy. Like, there should be a philosophy course in high school. I fucking like, is that controversial, guys? Like, if you were in high school, would you want to at least have someone at some point tell you, like, oh yeah, you know, there are multiple perspectives on like what is right and wrong in life. You know, your parents, whatever they told you, may not be the right thing. You know, here's one perspective, here's another perspective, blah blah blah. You know, some people think the universe has, you know, is dualist. Some people think it's physicalist. Some people think, you know, pantheism. You know, like having these conversations to me seems like kind of like a necessity. Like you should take them. We should still have like the various serious side of like, you know, like these are all really interesting concepts and we're talking about them, you know, in like our philosophy class. But at the same time, you should like have like other classes be like, you know, like shit's physicalist as fuck, bro. Like, you know, this universe is just atoms bouncing around. At one point, an atom kind of started sapping the energy of another atom. And at some point, those things started to have chemical reactions, became a carbon based thing, which we call cells. And it started to split off and copy itself and became really good at that. And as it started stealing other things' energies, it got even better at that. And there was a way of it split off, and it didn't efficiently copy one day, and it created a new version of itself. And bing, bang, boom. That's how you had the first, you know, divergence and evolution, and bing, bang, boom. And like all these things should be fucking taught. We shouldn't be teaching like, you know, like we shouldn't just be briefly mentioning evolution in like one fucking week. Like, yeah, man, things evolve. And then like you have like the Christians swoop in and be like, yes, things evolved after the flood. There were the prime things that got summoned into existence, and then they all evolved from there. You know, like we can't let the fucking religious people have that shit. Like you can't just have like 1 week of like evolution topic where or like one day of evolution where it's just like briefly just mention, yeah, things evolve. You know, you don't get into the fucking deets of it and like explain to people like, yeah, things evolve, and like when things evolve, guess what? Billions of things basically fucking died just for that one thing to get where it is. Like, it's not a pretty picture, you know. It's a bunch of corpses for a success, and that success a lot of times gets fucked over in a generation or two. so it becomes a failure. Like it is a very ugly picture evolution is, and the reason it looks so beautiful today is because there's a foundation of corpses that made it to this point. So many failures that it's incomprehensible. It's like the pyramids, basically. All you need to do is look. Evolution is like the pyramids. If you look at the pyramids, you're like, "Wow, the pyramids! What an insane thing!" But if you look up proto pyramids online, look up some proto pyramids, you'll see we really fucking sucked at making pyramids for a long time. We made a lot of really shitty fucking pyramids that collapsed and were just bad. Before we got the pyramids of Giza, the beautiful little things today that we're marvel at, and we're like, how could they make that? You know? And that's kind of like evolution in a way. Evolution fucking sucks. Just so much imperfection, so much waste, but it looks pretty today. You got to see the Bengal tigers and all this fun stuff that is like sleek and built for killing and being agile. And we got to admire that. But the reason we get to admire that is because there's a fucking foundation of corpses that built it, a foundation of failures, basically. A bunch of practice runs. So, what is Kenefwal? I don't fucking know. You asked that earlier. What is Kenefwa? I don't know what Kenefwa is. Is it like a person?
And then fuck their corpses. Yes, that's the game I'll play. Fuck the dead imbeciles. Yes. Okay, cool game. A lot of look
cool game.
Bought.
Very cool.
I had to be simplified. Too much artificial flavoring made it a bit loopy. Well, whatever. I just buy a big giant bottle of 100 milligram nicotine, for like $60. Big giant bottle, lasts me almost a year. And then I buy a bottle of polyglycol and I just mix them 50-50 sometimes, and that's it. It's very simple. Flavors are just a waste of time. Except eucalyptus is kind of good because it clears your head. Then explain this to me, Gary. The way we suddenly have an intuition or inkling that something is true. Oh, you mean we recognize a pattern? Oh, how the hell do we do that? We recognize the pattern. What? Because we saw it before? Holy shit. It's a miracle. It's often manifests as a feeling. Well, you can say to you it's a feeling. To me, recognition is a process. And the fact that the process is one of kind of surprise or startle or something like that. Oh, I'm surprised that that's actually a pattern match. And so the surprise is a feeling, the reflex of, oh, there's a match. I won the lottery, right? You have a feeling that goes with that. They're just the words, I win the lottery. But you're having thoughts as soon as somebody says you win the lottery. Oh, I'm exempt from poverty and I can get out of jail free.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know about the proto pyramid.
So I'm just saying, the feeling is not necessarily associated directly. The feeling is just a consequence of surprise, and it takes effort to flush it out conceptually. Yes, you're never going to be able to tie every thought and figure out, well, this is a 60% an idea and 20% a feeling and 4% some other shit going on. Humidity. Harry, that's very true. Well, obviously that's so disconnected from the train of the conversation. It's just really it just can't possibly be useful. But I'll just take that as a generic statement. So I'll just say you're agreeing with any one of the things I've said. Anyway, brains are much better off when they are outside the body. Well, like I said, I don't really worry too much about. Well, the brains I do worry about. I mean, frankly, I don't know. Obviously, I don't think a brain does very well outside the body because now it has no control features. It can't run away. It can't walk away. It can't even use its fingers to pull itself away. It can't do anything. So I don't see how it could possibly be better outside the body, except if it's outside the body with an axe in it. Well, then that's good. Can you start a hangout and let people join? No, because people suck. They absolutely suck. If somebody has something to say, fine, interesting conversation, but none of you people do. But let's just say you do. Then email me, okay? Email. I think it's actually, I don't know if I've put it in the description on these videos, but email me. Let's just make up one. Gary at do not go. Not do not God, but do not go.
Do not go.
All right?
.com.
So email me and tell me why I should waste my time conversing with you. You should be saving the environment. Why? The environment's stupid.
Same.
The environment's
Fuck the
cruel,
environment.
stupid, ignorant, dumb. It's made up of crappy shit like mosquitoes and viruses and all kinds of crap.
Yeah, man. If you got like humidity,
Get
like
eaten by
make
a
your joints
crocodile,
achy, and then
ectomouth.
what if you're angry and it affects your
Go
decision
feed
making?
a
You
crocodile.
never know.
Go feed the crocodile your testicles. And then tell me how you really believe in nature. Go feed Gaia. Gaia wants your dead babies. Donald Trump is threatening Iran with war in a tweet today. Oh my God. There's a threat coming out of Donald Trump. Oh, let's all pay attention. Oh, you people are pathetic. How many threats of war? There's like every 3 months, there's a threat of war, a threat of war, a threat of war. I mean, every 3 months. It's just a way of keeping you people not paying attention to what's important. Hey, Gary, like the rich are stealing all the money. How many games do you think the Lakers win now that they have LeBron? Hilarious question. I mean, I haven't watched a basketball game since Larry Bird was playing. And they wore shorts. You know, they didn't wear knickers. So, yeah, it's been a really long time since I've seen a basketball game. I want to run around nude in my garden, but neighbors can see me. And that makes me feel awkward. Well, it should. So, yes, that is a problem. I don't have to worry. So, yeah, Sean Connery obviously had to pay a lot of child support or something. I mean, he had a lot of... But the fucking free ride, the welfare rich, that's bad. So get rid of the assholes who didn't earn it.
Personally, I agree. Fuck the rich. Just execute them. Just kidding. But yeah, I guess standard Q&A, you know, so I can play some easier to watch things. Actually, I've never watched this video. I have no fucking clue what it's about. Maybe I have, though. I'm not sure. Let's find out.
Well, I'm here again after all. Yeah, they extended the pool for another few days. So, yep, back to the same old routine. I was almost looking forward to not making the walk, but whatever. Anyway, it's gonna get really warm tomorrow. So, but anyway, subject, shoe tying. Sorry, boy, no way to start a video tying a shoe. Yeah, we're gonna go on this. I'll let you give you a fair warning. This distinction between philosophy and psychology, or maybe we just need a better word, another word for what it means to be a philosopher. What that means, like some sort of life philosophy, philosophy of life. What's your philosophy of life? Oh, yeah, ignore the truth. That's how most people has their philosophy on life. So what's the point in calling it philosophy if it has nothing to do with that thing, knowledge, pursuing it, owning it, possessing it, and instead it just has to do with making up a good fable to live by. So anyway, to be serious, made a, I don't know, it could have been an alright video, I don't know, on Heidegger being, incomprehensible. And, it took 15 minutes for the video to play, which you know, it's one of those YouTube things. I should have just loaded it in the lower resolution or whatever. Well, anyway, I didn't. So it was really tedious to listen to. But I was thinking while I was, listening to sentence by sentence, and just on this idea that this is a real problem, because there's a difference between, coming up with some babble to live by and defining reality. And it seems like people just keep wanting to mix these things and talk about poetry and spirituality and all this other crap, which should be in a different category. Should be a different category of people who are having that kind of silly conversation. And you're mixing these things is just, it's like mixing the blueprint for a nuclear power plant with a blueprint for a whole Hello Kitty doll or something. I mean, this is just gonna fuck the game. You can't play the game this way. This is not reality. Heidegger isn't about reality. It's about having some sort of feeling about your life and trying to contrive inside of yourself some sort of sense of purpose and mission, so you can keep marching through the crap and play your little role in the schema of doom. That has nothing to do with establishing or defining the reality of what life is. So let's go over it again real quick. Consumption, reproduction, cannibalism, addiction. We've been built to survive as a piece of biological chemistry. Our brain was just a tool. That's all. It was just an instrument, consciousness, just an instrument that created organisms that flourished, were able to survive better because they had this mechanism that could model the world and, get all touchy-feely about it, react in powerfully passionate ways, both negatively and positively, and move through the environment based on that instrumentation, those headlights, so to speak. So that's what the brain is. It's like a headlight. It's just something to get through the fog, through the bullshit of life, help you navigate better, help you control system. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? Your brain's a control system. That's right. And it gives you an advantage if you have a control system. That's right. If a car has a steering wheel, guess what? It's a better car. It just works fucking better if you can steer it. So duh. And that's all there is. There's mechanical matter, magnetism, gravity, zip, zap, 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 zoom, all this shit flying around, electromagnetic spectruming all over the fucking place. And we're just a complexification of that. We're just a bunch of trapped photons spinning, going the speed of light in circles. So they're trapped in this little spot because they're all spinning around something. They're caught in a material form. And our matter is trapped in a material form. So the whole thing is just trapped, spinning in circles. And very complex, very interesting in that sense, but interesting is a bullshit word anyway. So, but there's nothing mystical, nothing magical, nothing indicating any other objective than to keep biology alive. That's what evolution does. Now, this instrument of a control function, a steering wheel or a controller, is interesting. Maybe it can have an evolution of its own. Maybe it can go somewhere, but let's dissect it. Let's dissect what it does. It's a problem solver. It's a solution finder. That's all it is. It's a machine for troubleshooting, coming up to a problem, finding the best way to navigate through the problem. That's what it does. That's what the advantage of intelligence is. So you're really going to have to work hard to contrive anything out of that. Now, the passion part. Well, there you got something interesting. You do have this ability to feel powerful emotion, really powerful. And so it's the ecstasy and the agony.
I just say
back to that.
I just say
The
fucking
ecstasy, the
mom,
agony,
man. When
and
it
the
comes
fucking
down
truth.
to it,
And
it's
yeah, the ecstasy and the
Stockholm syndrome.
agony. These are things that
Best
we have to
friend
live
said
in.
that
We
shit.
have to
Like,
feel these things. We have to.
I want to
they're
move,
just,
but my
they're
mom's
part of
here.
our
And guess what? She's
our
my corpse. Eventually,
being.
just builds up until you
That's
break.
why I do make
It's not
steps.
worth
Is because some sort of
the imposer having the power over you.
feeling pushes me, and some sense of, some idea of, some
In my
but anyway,
opinion. But what do I know?
that's not really a great example because I'm just moving because the brain said, okay, it's your job, move. Anyway, but anyway, usually we want to be moving towards something or away from something. Not just moving because somebody said the word move. The Borg whispered in our ear, move. So anyway, where was I? Yeah, so, but anyway, we have to live in this Shakespearean kind of world, a world where people do love and they lose and they grieve and they, all this emotional stuff where they're artists and they're poets and, all this mush. And there's nothing wrong with that. And maybe there's something we can do with that. Maybe there's some way we can evolve that into something magnificent, something perfect. You know, these beautiful things are beautiful things. Damn it, you know, beauty is kick ass. Yeah, so let's beautify the world. If we're going to be here, we might as well do something constructive like that. But the catch is that's all psychology, all right? And philosophically, we can understand that that's psychology, that all that passion and all that perception of value is merely a contrivance. We've been built, you know. You see that V on that woman? Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, we've been built. We're constructed to chase this imagery, this symmetry, these lines of elegance and whatever. I mean, that's the construction of the monster. You know, beauty killed the beast. Yeah, well, we're a beast, but yeah, we live for it. We'll climb buildings for it. We'll fall off of buildings for it. We'll whap airplanes for it. We will do all kinds of shit for that thing, that glory of the perception and the hopeful possession. You know, possession in a positive sense, where we can force the beauty to want us even. And we can live in that perfect little moment where we possess it, where we own it, where we can control it, where we, there's a better word for it. But yeah, that's what we're chasing. And it's yeah, and if we ever catch it, look out, because then you're really in trouble. You know, because the next day, oh shit, you mean there's another line I have to add? You mean there's more? I got to draw some more to the picture. The game goes on, and it will go on. So anyway, yeah, so just understanding that. So we don't need Heidegger. Let's interpret Heidegger. Well, yeah, why don't you just waste your time trying to, you know, find God in a bucket of spit? You know, just a waste of time. Because anybody can just mumbo jumbo, throw some incomprehensible words together poetically about the power and the glory and the magnificence of the reaching. You know, whatever. Dude. Come on, grow up. That is not philosophy. It's faggoty, run away from the truth bullshit.
Then go for it.
So anyway, I'm really this whole idea that these people are philosophers is such a pile of crap, as they have no desire to reach the truth. They have all they want to do is keep everything veiled, keep everything obscure, so they can keep pretending that you know, the machine that makes the powdered milk is really Goldilocks, and the machine that you know, makes rubber tires is one of the three bears. And you know what I'm saying? They just keep trying to turn life into a fairy tale, and that's all they're using this poetry to do. It's poetic language. It's not about the fucking truth. So let's go back to the truth again. It's right there in front of you. We are part of this biosphere, and all it is a kind of humus, a kind of you know, full of dead shit. You know, and you go wiggle through it and collect parts. You collect bits that complete you, and then you you know, fart out a copy of yourself and feel all proud as you sentence it to do the same shit, except in a weaker environment. That's what it comes down to. In most cases, people are producing children into a world that seems so much less certain than the world they're living in. I mean, the only time people really had an excuse to have kids was maybe the 50s. Things seemed pretty stable. You could see the future. You could see the idea of technology and Buck Rogers and all that crap, and they were paying the bills basically, mostly. And yeah, but you know, now we're feeding off of the future. We've consumed it. We've mortgaged it all. We've sold out the future. We've poisoned it, and people are still thinking they have a right to sentence that next generation to wiggle through their own puke. Here, go wiggle through my shit and puke and dioxin and whatever else I've thrown into the ground for you to wiggle through. Really is a disgusting, deplorable psychology motivating people. And yeah, will anybody say that? No, because nobody's a philosopher except me. Yeah, I'm the only philosopher on earth. I'm the only one talking about the fucking truth. Isn't trying to make up some kind of word or poetry or
the
bullshit.
Original ones.
What's the nothing? Where's the nothing? How does the nothing? Where's the how do we explain the nothing? Well, blah 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 blah. Yeah, right. Like the nothing has something to do with the something. Fucktards.
Yellow one there. I don't know, man. In terms of ice cream,
Yeah,
there's a lot of
people are just so
yellow
full of
things.
shit. And they don't want to, they're so full of shit, they won't even, make an argument defending or coming close to that. They'll just say, no, you're wrong. You're a meanie. Yeah, meanie. Fucking assholes. Gutless, ballless assholes. So yeah, quit calling yourselves philosophers because you read a couple of babbly books. That's always a little troublesome. You see, he's right on my path. A little bit of a doom log. Oh, I'm back. It's not good. Shit. All right. Anyway, it shouldn't be that bad though. That fucking cat keeps hogging the couch. Anyway, where the hell am I? Yeah. So what's the point? No one wants to have a real conversation.
Yellow one's vegan. Yeah, I just
The
don't
truth,
really
what's
eat ice
really
cream very
happening on
often.
planet Earth,
It's expensive
what
these days.
psychology really is made out of, and what the truth is about our material form. And what
Non-vegan
exactly
ice cream you can
matters,
buy
the
in
real
bulk,
game that
but
matters
they don't
today.
really make vegan ice cream at all.
Yeah,
At least not around here.
the survival game on Earth, the DNA game. Anyway, chipmunks, good chipmunks living in there. I bet not them millions. Chipmunk company meme. Anyway, yeah, that's enough of video. Thank you very much. Yeah, another day. Oh, I can't believe it. But I'll cease to wake up someday. Anyway, until next time. Blah 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 blah. All right, an addendum, maybe. Yeah, yeah. I want.
Hmm.
Okay, so I just called the stuff the vegan mafia and another lie. I mean, this guy's so ignorant. So he says, if a cat, what if he ever had a cat? I had a cat for 2 months, a kitten, but a female kitten.
Yeah, I'm not gonna listen to anybody at the moment to just want to win this round of Fortnite really quick. So I should get murked and get a new placement. But yeah, same as always, Q&A. So ask questions if you feel like it or don't. We'll watch more Amendum videos in a bit. Or antinatalism content. I'll potentially just look up antinatalism to the search bar and try to find something. But who knows? I'll do what I feel like doing, I suppose. I want to make noodles in a little bit too. I'm getting hungry. I'm really hungry. Hunger. Fuck that hoe. Actually, now let's take that. Pet. I don't know where Marco is. He's somewhere around here. That dude just lit me the fuck up. He's way better than me. Try it though. Still silver 3. Okay. Well, pets are cool. I mean, if you want a pet, adopt. Don't go for a breeder. Remember, it's unethical to go to breeders as much as you want a Maine Coon from a breeder. That's just like pure white and just adorable. As much as you want one, you should not get purebred because breeders. But adopting is all right. I mean, it's all right. Depends on where you're adopting from. Personally, adopt from no-kill shelters. You know why? Because if you adopt from a kill shelter, that means it's an animal that could have been euthanized. And as pro-mortalist, we're all about euthanizing animals. So you adopt the ones from no-kill shelters, because otherwise you're just stuck in a cage, just being like, I'm bored and low and perpetually stuck alive in this little slave box. So you may as well adopt the ones from the slave boxes, because the other ones in the kill shelters, if they don't get adopted, they just get put down, and therefore their suffering ends. So, we're all about ending suffering. Remember that. We're all about that. You can have a conversation of being depressive in this chat. You cannot. Or you could also get like a stuffed animal, of like a pet cat, and pretend it's real. And then you can pet it, and it won't suffer. Big brain, big brain. It also won't provide any affection to you, but you can pretend. I mean, you can role play that it's real or something. It'd be a little weird, but it doesn't suffer, and all the power to you. So I wouldn't. I mean, I have an actual cat, but if you get an actual cat, let it go outside and stuff like that. This mic fucking sucks. Let's see if it's still working. Testing 1 2. I think it's working. Yeah, cool. It is. But yeah, if you have a cat, let it outside and stuff, so it can hunt and stuff. Move around. It'll have a better life that way. Plus, it'll eliminate the suffering of other organisms in the world. The hashtag primordialism, the huge. got 3 people, maybe 4 watching me. How y'all doing? We got Mutron, assuming Roy, doing a lot of commenting, but other people are just kind of listening in horror, I imagine, just like, what in the fuck? Or they're listening like, big agreement, big agreement. Or they're like, just like, I don't know, like nihilists and skeptics, and they're just like, interesting. That's a cool opinion, bro. Couldn't care less, you know. So either way, I want some engagement going on here, y'all. Pontificate with me. Look up Bloodwork Funko. I got this. Nah, bro. You got. This is Nephilism channel, and the Q&A is the most raw we're getting now. Look it up, Funko Pop. As much as that's your passion, that is not related to me in any way. So I'm not going to be looking up Funko Pops. If anything, we're going to be looking up something related to philosophy or science and something interesting like that. But fucking A. Yeah, one more round of Fortnite, and then I'm gonna make some food, and then I'll decide if I want to go to sleep from there. Probably will, probably might not at the same time. Don't really know. Don't really kind of feel tired. I kind of don't feel tired. Mm. Interesting. Cool. Testing 1 2. What do you mean by you're about to fall down from the ice cream? Just like about to keel over the ice cream, the cholesterol, or I don't fucking know. The ice cream got you good. Praise be. Somehow I'm getting like more tired, but like better at Fortnite as I play throughout the night, which is kind of annoying because I want to just die this round. Now that I've got a kill, I'll go up in RP, which means it might be enough to get to the next rank, which means I don't really care. I just kind of want my character to get murked. But I guess it's okay if I live a little longer because that means more RP, which means more ranking up. Yeah, whatever. Hmm. I'm just talking about Fortnite. RP is reputation, which or whatever. Which I guess stands for like leveling up and whatever. I'll just took out another person, so I thought I was gonna lose there for a moment, but I didn't. Now you have the power to brush your teeth. Praise be. If you didn't, that'd be bad for your dental hygiene. And dental hygiene is tied to various parts of your health. So, comes down to it, a lot of deaths throughout history can be attributed to poor dental hygiene. So make sure you brush your teeth, y'all. Prevent suffering. Be a utilitarian. Be preventative. Brush your teeth. Remember, negative utilitarian ethics encourages you to brush your teeth. Best system of ethics, truly. Stick on another person. Shooting some more. What the hell? Yes, man. You didn't expect this conversation to be about the ethics of brushing your teeth, but you brought up brushing your teeth, so now we're talking about the ethics of brushing your teeth. Remember, as a negative utilitarian, you have an ethical obligation to brush your teeth to protect your health and make yourself smell better and have good hygiene so that you can be presentable to the public when you make your ethical arguments. So you have an ethical obligation to brush your teeth under negative utilitarianism. Truly a perfect system. this is our new argument. I mean, to be fair, like, I'm sure virtue ethics would say you have like a virtuous obligation to like brush your teeth or something, but I mean, utilitarians maybe have an obligation. I don't know, but like, I'm sure some other systems don't. I'm sure some systems are just like, don't brush your teeth if you don't want to, or like, lol. Some systems might even oblige you not to brush your teeth. Like, how silly! I'm just kidding. You might have good arguments for that. Fucking no. I'm just bullshitting you guys. I'm a little bit tired and high at this point, so honestly, if you don't want to brush your teeth, it's probably not the worst thing in the world in terms of ethics, but it's gonna be gross, so please just brush your teeth. Don't be gross. Okay, there's a person that I have a bounty for, and I'm like right on top of them. Like, supposedly, maybe inside this hut. No, hut's not inside the. Oh, I found him. Oh, he's dead now. He's hiding in a bush. Yeah, it was like certain like gum disease and stuff like that. Like, you can get like gingivitis and gum rot, and basically, if you don't brush your teeth, it'll lead to a bunch of different mouth issues that down the line can lead to you taking the L. How? Yo, I don't really know, man. I just heard about this. I'm not like a dental hygiene expert, man, but if you're really interested in dental health, and the history of people fucking taking the L from that, I'm sure you can find information. I'm sure we can like look that up at some point. But as I said, I don't really care too much. I'm just kind of joking. Like, you don't actually have an ethical obligation to brush your teeth. Like, I mean, it's definitely like preferable that you do brush your teeth. Like, so you don't like smell. Like, again, hygiene's kind of important to be presentable, but like, there are like health benefits, I'm pretty sure, to brushing your teeth. Other than the fact that you need your teeth to chew and stuff like that, but you can argue dentures are a thing, so like whatever. Somehow still alive in Fortnite. I barely even try. I don't want to dentures brushing. Yo, I don't know. Christ. I don't know what the fuck Soldent stands for. I mean, I'm guessing that's like Soldent. I'm guessing it's like a salt type solution to like rush your mouth out with or something like that. But don't really know. Either way, congrats, you take good care of your teeth. I barely brush my teeth. I brush my teeth, but I barely floss my teeth. I brush my teeth like once a day, maybe twice if I'm really thinking about it. But flossing, probably could do a little bit more of that, in all honesty. According to my dentist. Solution. Okay, gotcha. What the fuck? I was annihilated by something. I have no idea what. But that's okay. I think he was hiding in a tree or on the roof. Oh, yeah, good angle. Just fucking decimated me though. Gold 1 and 56%. Cool. Ranked gold. Hey, Marco. Yeah. Wow. You know what you said? I don't know what you said. I don't think you know what you said either. Dumb cat. You just meowed meow, don't you? Meow, meow, meow. It's adorable. But I don't think he knows what the fuck he's doing half the time. You're just a little killbot. You're just a murdered little mice. And be adorable. His tail just fucking slapped the microphone at like Mach 100. Okay. And meow. Marco, come over here, my boy. Now he's just like, I'm gonna rub my face against the computer instead of coming into the camera. You little goober. He's like, you can't pick me up. Okay. Well. Testing 1, 2. Cool. I'm gonna put on some music so it stops disconnecting. Marco, what are you doing? Marco, shut up. You don't even know what you're meowing about. Gotta crush that all up. Maybe he doesn't, including yeah, we got the original veggie crumble. So, yeah. We got some fried noodles. BRB. Back in like 2 minutes.
pretend that you don't know what imposition means anymore, that it's not an act of volition where you impose something of some you affect somebody else's life, usually for a selfish interest, not because you're doing something generous or doing something to benefit to accomplish some purpose, but merely for your own purposes. The need doesn't exist in the world. So that's the fundamental first problem here, is that if you don't create the need, nothing is harmed, nothing is hurt, no potential is lost because there's no potential necessary. It's a function of the universe. The universe doesn't need anything, and we're pretending that we're a gift to it. And the argument's just simply being made that no, you can't make a food it can eat. And I know you want to do that. You want to be able to validate yourself and say, yes, we are food for the universe. Yes, we are functional. Yes, we are purposeful. Yes, we are meaningful. Yes, we do something. You want that to be true. But it's just a practical fact that it can't be true because there is no need until we show up to make it. Consumption, that's what it is. Reproduction, cannibalism, addiction. The word imposition, you don't know what the word imposition means anymore?
Life isn't an imposition. The imposition is connotative because it's already placing a negative value on life itself.
It's not placing it on life itself, it's placing it on the act of creation itself, that it's a high-risk act. I mean, again, if somebody builds a nuclear power plant in their backyard, it's not automatically a disaster. It doesn't automatically mean I'm going to get irradiated, but it certainly does mean that he's exposed me to the risk of it, all right? And that's the imposition. The wind could blow the right way and I don't get freaking imposed upon, but the fact is I'm exposed to the risk. If the wind blows the wrong way, my life is ruined. That's the imposition. You can't see how that's obviously an imposition of risk. It's an active, deliberate, knowable, quantifiable, probabilistic activity. It's not unknown, it's not mysterious, it doesn't happen by accident, it doesn't happen by force. It happens by going through a neurology that says somehow this is something I should do. I should let life loose on Mars. I should build tyrannosauruses and build victims and put them on Mars so they can predator and prey each other to death forever. And there'd be something wise about that. I should implant fish in the oceans of some faraway planet so those fish can chase each other forever. No, I shouldn't do that.
The idea is that denotation is saying just that. It's saying here's a child, here's sperm, here's ovum, here's a child, the child's born into the world. Now, the connotation is that life sucks, that life is full of negativity. And
what people are saying is that what life is a bag of experiences. If you could go to the store and you had to actually ahead of time buy your life experience, you knew what you were going to get. Here's the cancer, the this, the that, all in a pile over here. Here's the good stuff over here in a pile over there. Purchase your good stuff by buying it with the bad stuff. So the bad stuff is the currency you have to pay to get the good stuff. And we'd have to just equal it out and apportion it. And if you found out what you were actually paying for your good times, you probably wouldn't buy them. And that's the argument being made. And all actions that are self-motivated, that implicate somebody else, are subject to being reasonably called imposing. So we have this dilemma of evolution. A dumb force creates these little beasties on this planet that end up evolving, and in the evolutionary process,
artisans, slaves over a long time. A lot of it was probably like cement and shit, but like a sort of cement. But there's a lot of evidence that they may have just mined the blocks directly from some quarry and hauled them. Did that, they would have basically used logs and essentially lifted the stones onto the logs and then rolled the stones on, like rolled the log stone thing, and then basically like you push the stone and it'll roll over the logs because they're round, and then you basically just, as they roll over, you move the logs, and yeah, basically it just allows it to move a lot faster because you're just shoving a round object, basically you're rolling it essentially instead of pushing it or pulling it or whatever on a flat surface with a lot of friction. So that's probably how they moved the granite or whatever the fuck it was they used. I don't know. So, but you can look into that yourself. When it comes down to it, lots of artisans, lots of slaves, a lot of time.
Process, they end up eating their own relatives essentially. It becomes this consumption, reproduction, cannibalism, and addiction scenario. And then you can even go to the ethical question of this whole idea of imposition and what rights of nature are we allowed to impose on each other. If somebody is allowed to say, nature made me have a baby, then I'm going to say, nature gave me the ability to make a fist, so I have a right to throw it. I mean, it's just bullshit. You can't drive a car recklessly. You shouldn't be able to drive a vagina or a penis recklessly. You should take responsibility for your conduct. People are basically they're conducting a little life experiment, and they're deciding what the fate of another consciousness is going to be. Okay, they're imposing it. Everybody should be able to judge whether that's a right or wrong thing to do. There's an ethical question that has to be answered. Do people have a right to create life if they have absolutely no clue what the fuck they're doing? I'm anti the Inquisition and I'm anti-imposition. All right, so I'm anti-fascist. Is that really that complicated? I don't think it's that complicated. There's lots of things that change in the fucking world, okay? These attitudes and understanding change. Vegetarianism is certainly catching on. Atheism has caught on, at least in Europe. So this idea that nothing can change, oh no, people will never be able to do simple addition and figure out they have a responsibility when they're creating this life thing. Bullshit. It's just a cop-out. Oh, it can't happen, therefore it's not valid to discuss. I mean, it just doesn't mean anything. Even stuff we have no access to, we can still make judgments about. Even if you can't stop nuclear power plants from being built, it's perfectly rational to voice your opinion on what's the ethics of it and what the efficiency of it and what the likely outcome will be of it if you have a theory. All right, so this is just crap. Thank you very much, philosophers, for adding your, oh, just shut the fuck up opinion.
And it's also... So it's just impractical. Well, there's a lot of stuff.
Right, it's impractical to stop people from eating meat, too. So you're going to argue with me that if 80% of people become vegetarian, you last 20% aren't going to be grandfathered out. That you're basically going to be told, like cigarette smokers, that you can't smoke anymore, okay? You can't eat meat anymore. That'll be the rule. You'll either be priced out of access or you'll be overtly prevented from conducting animal torture chambers.
Pregnant by accident. You know, people don't necessarily intend to have babies. They have sex and
yeah, so you're just basically excusing preposterous irresponsibility. And you're doing in this context, like you're going to pretend that most people on Earth, or a huge percentage of them, don't know that sperm meeting egg creates babies. They don't know that sex causes babies. They don't know that you have to try to prevent that. Obviously, there's cultures that don't allow women access to birth control. That should be changed, obviously. But yeah, most of the people who have babies accidentally have no more excuse than somebody getting into a car when they know the brakes don't work and just saying, I'll take a chance. They're no better than drunk fucking drivers. They shouldn't be fluffed off like, oh yeah, well that's just the way people are. They're reckless assholes. People are obsessed with their family name and a bunch of ego bullshit, and so they're having kids quite overtly, deliberately, intentionally. So it's an accident of sex. Bullshit. If you want to be a responsible driver, you can go outside and look at your tires and make sure they got air in them. You can do a lot of things to make sure things are going to go all right, and you'll preposterously change the odds of an accident. Okay, you'll do tremendous value to that equation if you just exercise a little bit, a little tiny bit of discipline.
Godfrey, Steve Godfrey, yeah, fuck that guy.
You have an obligation, if you're going to impose, to get consent, not to recklessly be stepping in other people's wet cement. Making babies, you're rolling risk dice, and they have skull and crossbone right on them. You can look at the face of the dice and see it's right on the dice. They arrogantly just say, I don't care. I don't like skeletons, so they won't show up when I roll the dice, because I have superpowers. Or some bullshit rationalization that says it's okay for me to roll 2 skull heads, fuck somebody over, create a bad destiny with my decision to roll dice that didn't need to be rolled. What was your ambition? What's your expectation? Your expectation was to assign a risk, and you just couldn't give a shit. That's it. You're selfish, you suck, you're unenlightened, you're some asshole who would go into the universe and make hamburgers out of things because it suits you, it suits your desire. You hungry, you take, and that's all you're doing with this pro-life crap. You're just saying, I'll take. Impose the risk, the pain and the suffering on certain individuals. Fuck them. They don't have any say in the matter. Fuck you. It's just so overt an imposition. A rude, obnoxious, arrogant imposition. And for what? No God is telling you you have to do it. Just own up to the fact that you believe in God and say, God made me do it. God says I have to. God says it's our obligation. Quit playing this game that you did something for some rational reason. You did nothing for a rational reason. Just selfish, self-interested, and reasons in a brain that was a glib, reckless asshole. Properly define who you are, what you've done with your existence. Quit pretending that you did some search for the truth. You aren't searching for the truth. You're searching for rationalizations that make your deluded, silly Barney the Dinosaur philosophy validated. That's it. You're looking to validate your horse shit with any kind of string of bullshit that isn't evidence. You can pull on it, you can make it look like it. It doesn't change what it is. Shitty rationalizations, horse shit that you just made up. For anybody who is enlightened, has any kind of intelligence, it's a decisive argument. So you can't argue it. There's no counter argument for the fact that you have an obligation, if you're going to impose, to get consent. It's just basic to existing.
Can't find it.
Trying to have a unmessy footprint, not to recklessly be stepping in other people's wet cement. This is a complex argument? No, it's so simple an argument. Logic and reasoning will win in the end. But to get to the end, to advance logically through the steps of understanding, enlightenment is understanding we're just addicts. And so if you don't make the addict, then there's none of this concern over the heroin anymore. It's irrelevant.
even if we were to live perfect lives, that would mean we make a mess and we perfectly clean it up. But there's still a mess for a while, which is still a negative.
Life has way too many risks in it, ways to fail. There's so many danger flags. It's so impositional. It's rolling dice with somebody else's welfare. There's so many analogies how dangerous this is. Have to ignore all of that to have a child. Totally indifferent to the real prospects of real outcomes that are really, really bad. If you really think about all the negative potential, it's enough to prevent you from going anywhere near it. Pushing your kids onto a tightrope of addiction or addiction to tightrope walking. The downside risks are much darker than the brightness of the upside accomplishments. The risk is not worth the reward. Pain greater than joy, because the joy is really a mitigation against your greatest deprivations. You have to walk a few miles in the desert to really appreciate a glass of water. Clearly, life is tainted. Deserve has nothing to do with it. Things really horrible. Imposing is really horrible. It has these liabilities that are just too big. Poison is too much of the life. I'd rather have nothing than something that's tainted. You're saying it's okay. I don't mind a few of them dying of stuff, even though you didn't do that.
Is that the girl from Another? The anime Another? Oh. Why the fuck would he put us in a 6-second clip of a cringy ass anime girl? Honestly. And yet they are more accepted than Nazis. I am harmless man. We could not. I mean, it's clearly just some retarded kid who watches anime. He has 0 brain cells. I mean, he has an anime girl's profile picture. He's just some Japanese cultural fascist fuck. He just wants things to breed and probably was like, I want to breed with a Japanese girl. I want to have a Japanese family someday. They're trying to take away my future. Oh yeah. So yeah, fuck him. He's just some dumb weeb. I don't know why you distracted me with this, but it's okay. It's okay. Again, please do not uselessly distract me with things that are, well, useless. Wow, I don't need to create conflict with a bunch of idiots. It's genuine people of like genuine brain cells that I could be talking to, you know, and like trying to convince of my propositions, you know, instead of being like, I will fuck Japanese girl, and they're trying to take away my right to impose on children. I'm allowed to do whatever I want with my cock, and I don't care what the consequences. You know, if that's like who I have to interact with, I mean, I'd rather just kill myself, man. So like, please don't make me interact with these people. Watch politics. Fuck Trump.
Amendment video. Yes, so it's economics. It's just going to be the inheritance thing. You know, Kyle is wrong about Trump estate tax. You know, Maximilian Robespierre, who I used to see some value in, but yes, he's wrong on the important issues he can't get right. So yes, he's a douche. Anyway, I don't know why I was subscribed to him as long as I have been, but anyway, especially since you just post a lot of these kind of tripey videos, picking the low fruit, so to speak. Some guy named Kyle. And this whole Maximilian Robespierre thing is kind of ambiguous and strange. Having as an icon some sort of douche who, got a lot of people's heads cut off in the French Revolution, and then got his own head cut off because of his own hypocrisy. So, but anyway, we'll play some of this slop and just point out he's heard my arguments before, and obviously he doesn't want to play with the real arguments, which is, inheritance is just exercising bigotry. It's no better than monarchy. It's completely anti-capitalism in the Adam Smith sense, in the sense that you break the invisible hand entirely by creating a mechanism that isn't doing what the invisible hand is supposed to do, which is weed out the weak and the useless and the ones who haven't earned it. The whole point of the invisible hand fixing things is that it's doing it based on earning, and inheritance isn't earning. It's as far away from earning as you can possibly get, in the sense that it doesn't have any standards of earn. Totally unproductive. And you argue, why would somebody be defending it logically? I'm supposed to think that this Robespierre guy would be for undoing the French Revolution and giving everything back to the aristos? I don't think there's any chance of that.
Well, actually,
he didn't get his head off. He
his
got his head cut off because he was a lover of aristocrats, even though he dressed as one and was a lawyer. So what's the argument here? To pretend that his icon would have some purpose in going back to monarchy is idiotic.
Oh, Kyle, why do you put me in a spot where I have to defend someone I don't like against someone I do?
Against somebody I do. I don't know what that means, but anyway. Yeah, somebody you don't like, for what reasons? I mean, why don't you like Rand Paul? This is Rand Paul's, like, besides his overt bigotry, this is his number one subject. Is making the rich richer. Idiot.
In that sense, I agree with 90% of what Kyle has to say. But on this issue, he's completely wrong.
Yes, well, he means on some other issue, apparently, yes. And this isn't the top issue for most Republicans, is keeping all of the wealth, the biggest percentage of the wealth, in the hands of people who didn't earn it. Like they have some other agenda. No, that's exactly their agenda, idiot.
The estate tax is a tax on earnings.
No, it's not. So you can pretend it's a tax on earnings. No, it's a recognition that this is the price of civilization, so to speak. And there's no other way, in fact, to correct the inequities that happen in a system. So we all know what a monarchy is. We all know what stuff like monopolies are. And this is the simplest and easiest way to fix it, to stop it from being a cancer that kills the patient. This is the simplest and easiest way to prevent it from starting to grow and grow and grow and grow, become some, horrible monster, like the Kennedy fortune or something. Look what that spawned.
Have already paid their taxes.
So again, you think the the tax code is the perfect code, the one we have in place now, which is like 50 or 60% lower in terms of the tax rates than it was in the 50s on the highest income earners. And so it's clearly not progressive as it was. So they clearly, in a sense, haven't paid their taxes on the earnings, quote unquote. But again, the real subject is what price is civilization? You think you can have a civilization where you allow people to accrue wealth, silos full of stuff, in an almost indestructible sense, in the sense that, let's say we fill those silos with stocks and bonds in the stock market. Now, until there's another 29 crash, there's no way you could lose. As long as you're diversified, you can't lose the money. You can only make money. So a little tiny bit of diversification doesn't even take much diversification. 10 stocks, just holding 10 different stocks. There's statistically no pragmatically reasonable way. I mean, obviously you could pick the 10 worst stocks in the market that failed the most catastrophically. But I'm saying statistically 99.9999999, huge giant 9999 keeps going. You couldn't have possibly failed, and you would have made more money than inflation. So your wealth would have just increased. And there's nothing to stop that mechanism. Absolutely nothing except for the tax code. What would your solution to the problem be? Because it just creates emperors. That's what created the nation states of Great Britain with the king, and France, and all the other nations in Europe were all created by wealth consolidated. The countries were the king and the king's assets and ownings and what he claimed to own, what he purchased. And there was no end to that purchasing power. And you end up in the same condition if in your civilization if you don't have some mechanism to stop it. So you would just let it happen. You would just say, fuck civilization, I like monarchy. You're an asshole.
In a sense, it is theft.
No, it's not theft. Nobody's going in saying, I'm going to take what those young little kids earned. They didn't earn any of it. So again, let's understand who we're taking it from. The guy who earned it is dead. It's called the state tax, even if you call it the death tax. Let's understand. The guy who's claiming possession is dead, and we're talking about who has earned those assets. And that's the whole point of civilization, is to create rewards and punishments, or incentives and disincentives. And clearly, if you give the wealth of your nation to people who haven't earned it, that's not a constructive incentive. The whole point is to give it to the people who have earned it, have earned recognition. Let them purchase what this guy owned at a reasonable price, and let them see what they can do with it. And yes, let's take the money for the purchase and give it to the civilization, not to people who didn't earn it.
It doesn't matter who's earning the money.
Okay, so that's just as silly as it can be, right? There can't be a more rational concept in terms of reward and punishment than recognizing that there should be a relationship between who gets the money and who earned it. That would be the most logical. I mean, that's logically indestructive. And for you to just throw it out as a little one-liner and use cartoon images, just shows what how desperate you are. You're not making a rational argument. You're making a cartoon argument. An argument from cartoon. And the cartoon that it doesn't matter, earn doesn't matter. Just put that as a title of the video. Why didn't you put that in the title of the video? Earning doesn't matter. That's what I believe. Earning is rubbish. Earning is nonsense. Earning has nothing.
All I have to do is wait. It's too easy. There must be some kind of security. This is our burglar alarm? A bucket of water? That was too easy. Hey, this isn't water. This is gas.
watching SpongeBob.
This may be the most affordable new RV for families. Let's take it. There's nothing wrong with me. Maybe.
If you're obsessed, we're gonna go to CP. Let's go.
It's a scary place to be alone in your mind. I've been having lots of thoughts of self-doubt. Will I be able to?
Pretty cool volcano. It's a pretty cool wildfire. It's a pretty cool cat.
Hot take. Breakfast is the best meal of the day. And this is how I get the most delicious breakfast for free for the rest of my life. This meal kit service has this deal going on. I know it sounds crazy. Like, how could they keep giving me free stuff until I die? But it's legit. Every time I get a box delivered, it comes with a nice little breakfast. And I'm not talking boring stuff like some dumb hard-boiled egg. I'm talking delicious food.
This dude just mixed milk and orange juice. What? That was the weirdest ad I've ever seen. I think it just warped your brain, so no.
Is the biggest dolphin I've ever hooked. I spotted this huge wake on the surface near a floating log off the coast of Guatemala. We trolled a live bonita past the wake, and the fish inhaled it. He ate it. I'm gonna.
Cool. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't see the value of continuing the stream. No, I have done it. I'm too tired. No one's really watching, so I'm gonna end